socialist critic of NATO and EU nears victory in Ireland's presidency race. In a twist that could make a leprechaun blush, Ireland seems ready to embrace a leader who might just send Brussels and Washington a postcard from the edge of conventional diplomacy.
The amber spyglass ends Philip Pullman's trilogy, then splits fans between awe and overload. As the final curtain falls on his dark materials, readers grapple with a dizzying finale. Half are in rapture, half need a flowchart, sometimes a complex weave of metaphysics, and Talking Bears leaves you tangled in your own expectations.
Urgent protection needed for Earth's underground fungi networks, study warns. Turns out mushrooms are the unsung heroes of our ecosystem, quietly holding the planet together while we argue over who gets to destroy it first.
Petition against unrestricted superintelligence gathers 8,000 signatures, 5,000 from one petition. In a world where AI might outsmart us all, we've resorted to signing digital sheets, hoping the future reads our desperate plea for moderation.
Berkeley artists transform dog droppings into decor, calling it Echo Chick. When life hands you lemons, make lemonade. When life hands you dog poop, apparently make it odd. In a town that prides itself on sustainability, who knew the key to green living was brown gold.
Age-defying feats in Jakarta remind us that sometimes the only rings worth chasing are the ones you conquer with grit, not cash.
Trump awarded Richard Nixon Booby Peace Prize days after Nobel snub. In a world where prizes are consolation, the irony of winning a peace prize named after Nixon is not lost on anyone paying attention.
Ace Frehley Memorial attracts Kiss legends, celebrates a life loud and lived. In the parade of rock and roll farewells, this one hit all the high notes, leather, tears, and an audience of pyrotechnic memories. The spaceman's gone cosmic, but his riffs remain grounded, eternally echoing in the halls of rock history.
Ticketmaster pledges scalper crackdown, but fans still miss out. Legal battles over troop deployments drag on. Clarity remains elusive. In the grand theater of war, the script is always rewritten by those who profit from the chaos, leaving soldiers as pawns in a never-ending chess game.
Russia mimics US playbook, consolidates power through familiar tactics. When global power games become a case of monkey see, monkey do, the world learns that the original script was flawed from the start, yet keeps getting recycled.
London arrests 3 suspected of aiding Russian spies, raising eyebrows. When espionage rings feel like a game of Clue, but with real consequences, the only question left is who's holding the candlestick in the Kremlin's library.
Trump sends over 100 agents to San Francisco for immigration crackdown called aggressive. When you welcome Matt Reed's No Kings, but the crown's already at the door, it's hard to pretend democracy's not on the chopping block.
Candidate Plattner covers tattoo linked to Nazi symbol, calls it a mistake. A quick cover-up for a permanent mark, like trying to hide a swastika with a rainbow sticker and hoping no one notices the irony.
UV sensor launches at $50, promises to warn before skin damage. Because nothing says healthy lifestyle like paying extra to find out the sun is still trying to kill you.
Guitarist David Immerman escapes push-up punishment shreds with Avril Lavigne. Apparently dodging sweaty high school gym class is the secret to jamming with pop royalty. Who knew discipline could rock so hard?
When billionaires are scared of the digital overlords, you know we're in for a wild sci-fi ride, minus the popcorn.
Maduro pleads peace while U.S. Navy flexes muscle near Venezuela. Nothing says diplomacy quite like a show of force. It's the classic speak softly and carry a big stick routine with a modern twist.
DHS ignores viral lie about suburban arrest, silence deafening. When truth takes a backseat to spin, government agencies play the quiet game, hoping the storm passes before anyone notices the rain.
Norris grabs pole in Mexico while Piastri falters, Hamilton dazzles for Ferrari. When racing becomes a soap opera, the plot twists faster than the cars, leaving fans wondering if they're watching a sport or a melodrama.
Antidepressants show varied side effects like weight gain, UK study reports. In a world where pills promise happiness, the side effects turn into a roulette of body changes, ensuring your mood swings have company.
Young the Giant releases new track Begs for Guidance. In a world where GPS guides every step, isn't it poetic that we still need someone to walk us home when songs can't fill the void?
Pritzker unveils watchdog to monitor federal immigration, calls it proactive. When state leaders need a chaperone for federal policies, it's like hiring a babysitter for a government that just won't behave.
Family support drains retirement savings. Planners call it underestimated. When financial experts miss the obvious, it's like trusting a weatherman who forgets to mention the impending hurricane.
NATO ally offers to pay salaries for 11,000 employees, claims solidarity. When a foreign government steps in to patch up your payroll, it's like borrowing sugar from a neighbor while your own pantry's on fire.
Mark Sanchez faces December 11th trial for allegedly attacking a truck driver, denies charges. When sports analysts turn into action stars, maybe it's time to question if the playbook's got a chapter on road rage therapy.
Trump team rewrites White House history, featuring Hunter Biden, Monica Lewinsky, and Obama in a turban. Why bother with facts when you can just remix reality into a conspiracy mixtape and call it a history lesson for the gullible?
US inflation inches up by 0.2% in September, misses expectations. When inflation is the slowest it's been in 3 months, it's like celebrating your house burning down slower than last time.
Kim
Jong-un praises Invincible Russia Alliance, honors Kursk fighters with a museum. When you need distraction from a failing regime, just open the museum and call an alliance invincible while standing on a pile of contradictions.
U.S. Treasury Secretary promises substantial Russia sanctions, unveils them next week. When the word substantial is thrown around in politics, you know it's time to brace for something that sounds firm but feels like a feather.
Palestinians mourn 54 unidentified prisoners. Israel calls it ceasefire compliance.
Indie band The Maddox drops Sheila Liminal, calls it transcendent.
Gauri Deshpande interprets Chopin's Nocturne, calls it a journey.
Trump claims windmills kill whales, then defunded research on it. In a classic bait and switch, he blames renewable energy for marine life woes while ensuring no one can prove him wrong.
SpiderCat database fails to find articles, then claims all's fine. When data goes missing, it's like a cat hiding in plain sight, denying the existence of its own chaos.
Javier Milei promises change then, faces political reckoning in midterms. When voters hold the cards, politicians suddenly remember their campaign promises like a student cramming the night before an exam.
Brentford stuns Liverpool with a 3-2 victory in the Premier League. Where is VAR when you really need it? Or is this just another chapter in the saga of Liverpool's defensive daydreams?
Stephen Darnell releases Thinkin' 'Bout and the airwaves stay silent. When your track drops and the only thing louder than the bass is the collective sound of no one noticing, maybe it's time to rethink your marketing strategy.
When a government shutdown is less about anger and more about bewilderment, it's like bringing a rubber knife to a gunfight, pointless and slightly embarrassing.
Senate GOP discusses filibuster reform to end shutdown, when the solution to ending a shutdown is to break the system that enables it. It's like using a sledgehammer to swat a fly, overkill and messy.
Trump canceled federal troops deployment to San Francisco last minute. It's almost like realizing that sending soldiers to solve homelessness is as effective as using a flamethrower to light a candle. Excessive, misguided, and bound to backfire.
Hundreds of rabbis slammed Zoran Mamdani's Israel stance, label it dangerous. When your words are scarier than the real estate market, you know you're touching a nerve, just not the one that signs campaign checks.
Pentagon strikes 10th alleged drug boat, sends U.S. ships to South America.
US strikes alleged drug boat in Pacific Ocean, claims uncharted victory. When you start bombing boats, it's like playing Battleship with real lives, but the winner's prize is just more of the same.
Chanos warns about lots of red flags at Carvana, cites loan servicing issues. When a car vending machine raises more flags than a used car lot, maybe it's time to check the engine before the wheels fall off.
Keane's Burning the Days melody echoes a nostalgic tune you can't quite pin down. When a song feels like a déjà vu wrapped in a jingle, it might just be the universe playing a greatest hits compilation in your head.
Australia's wild weather triggers 1700 calls for help as officials scramble. When nature decides to redecorate with 100-kilometer-hour winds, it's less about feng shui and more about the chaos theory in action.
Ananda Shankar's The River Flows but leaves no ripple in the mainstream. When fusion music meets indifference, it's like a rock concert in a library, full of potential, but nobody's listening.
Google Earth adds AI chatbot to map climate crisis and solve nothing. When tech giants play savior without addressing root causes, it's like putting a band-aid on a sinking ship. Great PR, but the water's still rising.
New album, God I'm Sad as Bleep, drops on Spotify and solves nothing. When your existential crisis has a soundtrack, it's like finding the perfect playlist for a train wreck, comforting, but the collision's still inevitable.
French sports authorities threaten athletes with sanctions over enhanced games participation. The thrill of competition meets the chill of bureaucracy. It's like telling a cheetah not to run too fast because it might upset the gazelles.
George Santos faces another investigation, proving some political careers are like horror movies. They just won't end. It's reassuring to know that accountability is still on the table, even if it feels like a table in an abandoned cabin in the woods.
Your kid crackdowns tips. When crossing borders feels more like playing Minesweeper, you know the system's less a safety net.
France and Germany unveil Jewel, an early warning system, promising to prevent surprises but probably not disappointments. When Europe builds a crystal ball, you can bet it's more bureaucratic red tape than magic. Clairvoyance sold separately, batteries not included.
Easter Island pioneers sustainable living, claiming a blueprint for global inspiration, yet remains a tourist trap. When your role model is a place known for massive heads, the irony is that the real challenge is keeping ours above water.
When denial becomes policy, the next chapter is written in invisible ink, where accountability is a ghost story told to children.
David Geffen's estranged husband drops lawsuit amid divorce drama. Peace remains elusive. In Hollywood, love is a contract with an expiration date, and the lawyers always get the happy ending.
Trump skips Congress for drug war, then suggests extrajudicial killings.
When due process becomes an inconvenience, democracy starts to look like a reality TV show where the script is written in blood.
Trump attempts to protect Mega from shutdown, then flounders. Turns out, when you promise to drain the swamp, you might end up just drowning your own base in the muck of political dysfunction.
Netflix secures theatrical release for Stranger Things finale, then calls it a blockbuster.
Tourists flood Prizren, Kosovo, then leave it unchanged. They come for the cobblestones and history, but forget to take the lessons home, like treating a museum as a photo op.
Smile for the camera, folks, because nothing says welcome. Quite like a snapshot for Uncle Sam's ever-expanding scrapbook of paranoia.
Turns out the only thing more rigged than a poker game is the public's capacity to separate talent from tarnish.
Eric Adams endorses Andrew Cuomo for NYC mayor, proving nostalgia is addictive. Because who better to lead New York City than a comeback king with a history lesson and scandalous exits? The Big Apple loves a rerun.
Apple Prep's new framework for iPhone users to migrate data to Android calls it easy.
Because nothing says we care like starving families.
Ah, the sweet scent of sibling love mixed with cold, hard cash. Nothing like a death to turn family ties into financial transactions. Ohio lawmaker pushes ban on marrying AI, calls them non-sentient. When you're scared of a digital wedding, maybe it's time to question what's really human, or just admit you're jealous of Siri.
Halloween costume sales hit record lows, blames inflation for lack of ghouls. When the scariest thing on Halloween is the price tag, perhaps it's time to dress as the real nightmare, an unpaid bill.
In the theater of war, the lead role is often played by the one with the best toys, and right now, it's drones on the marquee.
UK energy firms demand Ofgem overhaul, blame red tape for rising costs. When in doubt, blame bureaucracy. It's easier than admitting you'd rather profit than power the nation affordably.
Pentagon sends aircraft carrier to Caribbean, calls it a peace mission. Because nothing says we're here to help, like parking a floating fortress in your backyard, radiating goodwill and jet fuel.
Ontario retracts tariffs at Trump ends trade talks anyway. It's like a toddler who throws a tantrum over a toy he never wanted. President Trump manages to end trade talks over an ad that gets pulled faster than a bad infomercial. Trading partners, beware, this deal's off at the speed of a tweet.
Scientists debate nitrogen impact, climate models contradict each other. In the grand guessing game of climate change, even the experts can't decide if nitrogen's a hero or villain. Mother Nature rolls her eyes.
Pritzker signs executive order to track unlawful attacks by federal agents, expects transparency from the shadows. Counting the times enforcement plays rough with rights is like counting cards in a rigged game. The house always wins, and we're left holding the bill.
Americans spend billions on Halloween costumes, even dressing packs as pop culture icons. When Fido is dressed as Baby Yoda, it's clear consumerism has reached its final frontier, where even our pets are cosplaying capitalism.
Only 0% of disinherited siblings get closure, and Family Drama writes the best soap operas. When your own bloodline starts to resemble a daytime drama, it's clear someone's been binging All My Children instead of learning family values. Your sister's sneakiness might make her a prime candidate for the next reality TV villain, but in the real world, trust is the real inheritance gone missing.
When your solution to complex geopolitical issues is just more cowboy rhetoric, you might be living in an action movie rather than reality. Cue dramatic music.
When animated speedsters get the pit crew treatment, you know reality's running on fumes and imagination's burning rubber.
When your music's more about nostalgia than innovation, you might be stuck in a time loop where leather pants and hairspray still reign supreme.
Trump's White House ballroom donors gain federal contracts as if democracy's for sale with horse deruvers. When influence peddling comes with a dance floor, the American dream starts looking more like a pay-to-play waltz.
Trump blames Canada for trade woes, still buys maple syrup by the gallon. In a plot twist, worthy of a B-movie thriller, the President of the United States has found his latest nemesis in the form of our northern neighbor. While he shakes his tiny fists at Canadian tariffs, his breakfast table remains mysteriously well-stocked with Canadian bacon and syrup. Perhaps it's time to build a waffle wall, keeping out the deliciousness while he blusters on.
When the solution to energy is risking oil spills, it's like saying the best way to fix a leaky boat is to drill more holes.
EU plans to use frozen Russian assets worth billions to fund Ukraine, calls it justice. Turning Putin's piggy bank into Ukraine's war chest might sound poetic, but geopolitics isn't a fairy tale. Will the EU's magic beans sprout solutions, or just another beanstalk of bureaucracy?
White House dismisses Joan Baez's poem as utterly ridiculous. When art meets politics, you'd hope for a symphony, not a spat. But maybe the real joke is imagining a worm finding anything worth chewing in that noggin.
Fossil fuel companies claim support for energy transition, but new data shows increased fossil investments. It's like a fox promising to guard the henhouse while building a chicken nugget factory next door.
NFL confirms Bad Bunny halftime show denies reconsideration. Because what's more American than dancing to reggaeton while ignoring climate collapse, political chaos, and
Kamala Harris hints at another presidential run, promises to finish what she started. The former vice president's declaration is as bold as a high-wire act without a safety net. With the political circus still in full swing, Harris seems determined to leap back into the ring, juggling hope and history. Whether she's met with cheers or jeers, she's ready to take center stage and remind us all that the show must go on.
Metal band Thunderlips releases Dentist's Chair, but fans still need painkillers. The real headbanger is enduring the drilling sound that could double as a new form of oral torture.
Rihanna loses £60 million in Fenty beauty struggle, calls it a growth opportunity. When life gives you lemons, you lose a citrus-scented fortune and call it a lesson in financial exfoliation. Who knew beauty could be so bankrupting?
Laura Ige releases new track All of a Sudden, promises to soothe existential dread. In a world where chaos reigns and peace is a rare commodity, Laura G's ambient soundscape offers a sonic sanctuary. It's like a warm bath for the soul, washing away the grime of daily doom scrolling. Just remember, tranquility is a state of mind, not a permanent address.
Myanmar military detains thousands in KK Park's camp compound raid, claiming victory. When you need an army to shut down a scam, maybe the real con is pretending the system's working.
Federal agents tear gas Lakeview, target wealthy areas, call it equal opportunity enforcement. When the feds start treating posh neighborhoods like protest zones, you know justice is blind, deaf, and occasionally tear gassed. Welcome to the class warfare edition of law enforcement.
Nuclear debate cuts power to truth, residents left in the dark. With politicians treating nuclear energy like a hot potato, the only thing residents are generating is confusion. It's a radioactive mess of half-truths and spin, where the only meltdown is happening in the public's patience. Maybe one day they'll find an energy source that's cleaner than the rhetoric.
Trailblazers Billups and Heats Rozier arrested. Gambling scandal adds spice to the off-season.
Trump administration pushes Arctic-Alaska oil lease sale during government shutdown, proving priorities. When the wheels of bureaucracy halt, but oil still flows, you know fossil fuels outrank federal employees in value.
Trump promises lower grocery bills, but beef prices hit record highs.
"69 years later, and Hungary is still perfecting the art of the political dance-off, where the winner gets a trophy of nostalgia and a consolation prize of unresolved tension.
Polls show 70% of Americans despise Trump's White House teardown, yet the wrecking ball swings. When the people speak and leadership plugs its ears, democracy feels more like a demolition derby than a dialogue.
Diddy allegedly waits tonight at throat, claims friend redefining celebrity guest at Brooklyn's MDC. Only in America can a rap mogul's prison stay be more suspenseful than his music videos, where the plot twist is a shiv and the soundtrack is a gasp.
Thai officials confirm 45 nationals dead, while Sontaya Okarasri's body returns home from Gaza.
Russia tests nuclear-powered cruise missile, and the top general calls it a peacekeeping measure. Nothing says, "We come in peace," quite like a missile with a half-life longer than the Cold War, wrapped in a bow of denial.
Trump dispatches over 100 federal agents to San Francisco, calls it immigration control. When agents outnumber advocates, the land of the free starts feeling more like a fortress of fear than a refuge.
U.S. consumer sentiment falls to 53.6, and MetLife's Drew Matters calls it a passing cloud. When the cost of living is a thunderstorm, calling it a cloud is like saying a hurricane is just a gentle breeze.
It's a classic tale of biting the hand that feeds you, except this time, the hand is holding the world's reserve currency. America might soon find its dollar dethroned, not by competition, but by its own self-serving policies masquerading as diplomacy.
Trump raises $300 million for ballroom while the nation grapples with soaring homelessness. Nothing says man of the people like building a palace while the people sleep on the streets, lids over grit every time.
Hoover Institution declares America first, dubs China strategy last, claims it's a win. When strategy means stumbling blindly, the only thing first is the line for a reality check, and it's a long wait.
U.S. sends aircraft carrier to Venezuela, claiming it's about security, not saber rattling.
Plaid Cymru triumphs in Caerphilly by-election, defeats Reform UK with over 3,000 votes. 14th time's the charm for Lindsay Whittle, proving perseverance can outlast political rebranding, even if it takes a Welsh eternity.
JBL discounts. Clip-on Bluetooth speaker by $20. Calls it a must-have for adventures you never take. A discount on gear for imaginary escapades. Perfect for blasting tunes while you conquer the treacherous terrain of your living room.
Trump denies GOP leaders negotiation power, leaving shutdown talks with Jeffries Limited. It's like handing someone a car without the keys and telling them to drive across the country. Trump's micromanagement has turned the GOP into a chorus of yes men, while the nation waits at a standstill, wondering if adult supervision will ever arrive.
International scientists link ultra-processed foods to brain changes in 30,000, yet food giants call it a tasty evolution. Your brain on UPEFs, a rerouted highway to overeating city where the billboards scream, addicted to flavor, and the exits are blocked. Meta and Microsoft fund Trump's White House ballroom, contradicting public neutrality. When tech giants bankroll gilded ballrooms, it's clear the future's algorithm includes dance floors, chandeliers, and a few political pirouettes.
Permafrost thaw accelerates phosphorus cycling,
yet scientists claim it offsets carbon release. It's like saying, don't worry about the house burning down, because at least the ice cream is melting faster. Mother Nature's balancing act is starting to look more like a tightrope walk over a pit of quicksand.
US sanctions target Russian oil giants over Ukraine, causing Moscow rage and Indian nail-biting. The geopolitical soap opera continues. America tightens the noose, Russia fumes, and India wonders if its energy lifeline just got a little too frayed.
Trump's Asia trip promises market gains yet risks extending the shutdown. When diplomacy doubles as a shutdown stalling tactic, Wall Street might cheer, but Main Street gets stuck paying for the confetti and the confounded.
Centrelink overcharges 44,000 Australians, some by over $20,000, and calls it a clerical error. Aussies find their wallets lighter and patience thinner as bureaucratic bungles masquerade as government oversight, leaving citizens to foot the bill for someone else's math fail.
Aussie newlyweds boost New Zealand tourism. A strong dollar turns rugby fans into bargain hunters. When your economy relies on Aussies to save the day.
Washington and Ottawa plan interest rate cuts, while rest of G7 observes, and they call it economic leadership. As North America fiddles with interest rates, the rest of the G7 wonders if they're tuning a symphony or a swan song for global stability.
Trump administration dodges questions on $130 million military gift, insists transparency is overrated. When a gift to the military is wrapped in more secrecy than a CIA mission, you might wonder if it's more about buying silence than patriotism. In Trump's America, the only thing clearer than a military strategy is a fog of confusion.
Louvre's stolen jewels lacked insurance due to high premiums, proving priceless art is cheaper to lose than to protect. It's like buying a Ferrari and leaving it unlocked because the keychain was too expensive.
Amazon Web Services outage glitched smart beds, so people woke up to a disco inferno instead of a peaceful morning.
Park Bomb accuses YG Entertainment of exploiting her for plastic surgery jokes. When your career is a punchline for corporate puppeteers, no amount of makeup can cover the scars left by Greed's scalpel.
In a world where band reunions are as common as reality TV spin-offs, losing a bassist who made you want to break stuff is like losing the beat to your own chaotic anthem. Rest in power, Sam.
Candy company debuts liver-flavored peppernotum, claiming it captures the essence of fall. When your holiday treat tastes like a biology class experiment, maybe it's time to leave tradition alone and just eat the leaves.
Health insurance premiums soar by 20%. Insurers call it market adjustment. When survival becomes a luxury item, maybe it's time to consider that the market needs more than just a little adjusting.
Aging rocker records combat track, then blames algorithms for obscurity. When the spotlight dims and nostalgia's needle skips, you realize Spotify's playlist isn't a time machine, just a jukebox for the digital age.
Washington, D.C. police report 4 people shot near Howard University, dodge questions on suspects and injuries. In the city where power suits and silence are the fashion, transparency is as rare as a unicorn in a boardroom. If only they could dodge bullets like they dodge accountability.
ADP ends data sharing with Fed, causing panic before looming shutdown. When your GPS goes offline in the middle of a storm, you might want to question the wisdom of flying blind.
ICE plans Miami operation this weekend despite community outrage. When the government labels a crackdown as an operation, it's like calling a hurricane a gentle breeze. U.S. Treasury's leap as inflation report boosts rate cut hopes, then reality checks. When the market dances to the Fed's tune, remember, the band plays on borrowed time, and the encore might be a silent scream.
Cybersecurity firm creates real-time audio, deepfakes claims it's for protection. Because nothing says safety first like inventing the perfect tool for impersonation and deception. Next, they'll sell fire to arsonists and call it a heating solution.
Labour revamps environment law, coalition calls it an investment handbrake. When did protecting the planet become the enemy of progress? Oh, right, when profits need a scapegoat.
English Heritage teases ghostly sightings, denies confirming spectral presences. If a tree falls in a haunted forest and no one confirms it's haunted, does it still scare the tourists?
Trump ends trade talks with Canada over TV ad, then blames national security. When diplomacy is dictated by commercials, it's like letting infomercials decide foreign policy. Next, we'll be importing ShamWows as essential goods.
High Court schedules Shin Bet hearing for next month, delaying security decisions. When democracy's watchdogs need a calendar reminder to guard the gates, who's left minding the store?
Jittery investors push down treasury yields, await inflation report during government data blackout. When your economic strategy is based on vibes and wishful thinking, you might as well consult a magic 8-ball. Outlook not so good indeed.
Andrew Cuomo laughs at Islamophobia remarks, yet claims to support unity. When the punchline is prejudice, and the crowd is a campaign, morality's just a pawn in the race to power.
"63% of Germans support measures, then controversy erupts. When public opinion swings behind divisive rhetoric, it's like cheering for a tightrope walker with no net. The fall will be spectacularly predictable."
Prima land creditors criticize bankruptcy process, claiming missing key unit. When creditors get ghosted in bankruptcy, it's like a magic trick where the disappearing act leaves everyone with empty pockets and broken trust.
Thailand's Queen Mother Sirikit dies at 93, palace announces with ceremonial solemnity. In the land of smiles, loss wears a royal veil, and grief is wrapped in gilded tradition. Even monarchs can't escape life's final decree.
Stifel CEO declares biggest year ever for M&A, then recruits career switchers to ride the wave. When your financial future depends on a CEO's enthusiasm for mergers, it's like trusting a used car salesman to appraise your dreams. Always a bargain for someone else.
Winnebago stock skyrockets after 45 years, then youth joins the RV brigade. When millennials trade avocado toast for RV road trips, you know the housing crisis has reached a new level of absurdity.
Allison Mack launches podcast on her cult journey, promises a redemption arc with a confessional twist. From superhero scripts to courtroom transcripts, Mack's new venture into podcasting tries to turn scandal into a serialized redemption saga. Maybe next season she'll cover how to balance a double life.
BC launches anti-tariff ads while Ontario hits pause, touting unity with a side of provincial discord. When your ad strategy is as consistent as a cat's loyalty, you know it's about as trustworthy as a politician's promise.
White House movie theater buried under East Wing rubble, promising cinematic chaos to match the political one. The popcorn machine's out of order, but no worries. There's plenty of drama with zero admission, just like the current administration.
Blackstone grabs 10% of India's federal bank, then claims largest shareholder status. When private equity becomes the biggest player, it's not about banking on trust, it's about cashing in on control.
Trump pardons Binance founder Changpeng Zhao, claiming it's a truce in the war on crypto while the economy's still under fire. Turns out, digital currency's real value is a presidential pardon, proving once again that in crypto and politics the House always wins.
New York City blocks non-citizen voting rights again, claiming progress is a concept for another century. In the city that never sleeps, democracy takes a nap, leaving non-citizens to dream of ballots they can't cast. Maybe next time they'll get a participation trophy instead.
Israel launches airstrike in Gaza, claims it's against an Islamic Jihad militant, but collateral damage sings a familiar chorus. Precision strikes with imprecise outcomes.
Iron Maiden announces 2026 North American tour, then drags Megadeth and Anthrax along. When nostalgia becomes the main act, it's less about the music and more about keeping the retirement fund rocking.
When your target is integrity and you miss by a mile, maybe it's time to retire the rifle and try archery. At least the arrows are honest.
White House tightens clemency process, while Trump resumes pardons because bureaucracy loves a good paradox. Turns out even forgiveness needs a filter when it's coming from a man who thinks rules are just suggestions.
Ahrefs baffles MRush for SEO supremacy, then offers a confusing choice. In the end, it's less about performance and more about which overpriced subscription you'll regret first.
Foxtons warns of subdued sales amid budget uncertainty, yet expects buyers to embrace the joys of renting forever. When even estate agents start sounding like doomsday preppers, you know the housing market's gone from hot property to cold comfort.
U.S. retailers announce Halloween price hikes, promise spookier savings next year. When your wallet screams louder than the haunted house, you know capitalism's the real ghost. But don't worry, next year's tricks will come with even fewer treats.
When diplomacy is a game of charades, peace becomes just another word for we'll see who flinches first.
Yours truly releases Back to You, promising alternative pop rock, then delivers nostalgia. Turns out, revisiting past musical glories is a new way to mask the lack of innovation in today's tracks.
DoD takes $130 million from Trump's friend for military pay during shutdown, calls it patriotism. When billionaires play ATM for the Pentagon, democracy's just a shiny accessory they wear to the gala.
Five nations face sinking futures, and oil companies still call it a hoax. When your homeland's a future Atlantis, and the oil barons are still selling snorkels, maybe it's time to drown their denial.
Peruvian government delays protection for isolated Amazon tribe, then claims commitment to indigenous rights. When your best defense is a press release, the rainforest's last guardians are left holding the line with nothing but silence and courage.
Living under a roof of cloth and fear is the new normal when your home is a target and safety's just a dream.
White House demolishes East Wing for new ballroom because parties trump policy. When the most powerful house in the world swaps wings for waltzes, maybe it's time to ask if the dance card is full of distractions.
T. Rowe Price aims to outperform crypto index bets on volatility. When traditional giants dance with digital coins, it's less about innovation and more about trying to stay relevant in a world gone wild.
Construction company blames unforeseen circumstances. When oops becomes a business strategy, hard hats are just a fashion statement on a catwalk of corporate carelessness.
Slash.reader ridicules Databricks AI for bizarre chart, questions credibility. When your AI assistant's best feature is unintentional comedy, maybe it's time to rethink whose context it's actually aware of.
EU Defense Commissioner pushes 150 billion euros fund to aid Ukraine while immobilized assets gather dust. When defense becomes a game of musical chairs with euros, you have to wonder if the orchestra's playing to the Kremlin's tune.
Battery startup, Redwood Materials hits $6 billion valuation after $350 million boost.
calls it a green revolution. When your recycling revolution comes with a $1 billion price tag, it feels less like saving the planet and more like a VIP ticket to eco-opulence.
Sohran Mamdani defends his faith against baseless attacks one day before voting. When political strategy leans on fear and ignorance, remember that dignity isn't granted by the loudest voice but by the strongest resolve.
FBI nabs over 30 in NBA gambling ring, claiming justice while the games go on. When the House of Squats bets on itself, the only thing rigged tighter than the poker games is the moral compass of the gamekeepers.
Only 30% of Spotify's top tracks are indie, and Bobby Kareem's latest is a soulful whisper against the corporate roar. In a world where algorithms pick the hits, finding genuine emotion is like discovering a diamond in a sea of cubic zirconia.
Storm Benjamin knocks out power to over 100,000 homes in northern France. When nature's fury meets fragile infrastructure, it's a stark reminder that the real tempest is our unpreparedness, not the storm itself.
When fossil fuel kings fret about sustainability, it's like watching wolves worry about the vegetarian menu options.
John Oliver auditions for Air Bud role, proving even comedy's king can chase a golden retriever's tail. When political satire meets Hollywood's fluffiest fantasy, the only thing more hilarious than Oliver in a dog suit is the industry's bone-deep desperation for a laugh.
Smithsonian considers dismembering Space Shuttle Discovery, calling it a logistical necessity.
Only 25% of 30-somethings live rent-free, and Grandpa calls it a win-win. When paying off student debt means crashing with Grandpa, it's a modern twist on the boomerang generation, maybe offered to cover his Netflix subscription and the occasional pizza night.
When the timeline to safety outlasts childhoods, it's not a cleanup. It's a legacy of peril passed down like a cursed heirloom.
French Premier demands deficit under 5% GDP by 2026 while politicians prepare for budgetary battle royale. When your economic strategy is as stable as a French souffle, just tell everyone it'll rise perfectly next year, then watch the parliamentary chefs throw eggs.
Knesset labels West Bank annexation bill symbolic, while critics argue it's a permanent occupation.
Treasuries drop as oil prices surge, fueling inflation fears before U.S. numbers. When the cost of living rides the oil wave, the only thing inflating faster than prices is the hot air from economic forecasts.
China adopts strategy to punch hard, concede little against Trump, as diplomatic boxing enters a new round. When international relations turn into a heavyweight title fight, expect plenty of punches, but don't hold your breath for a handshake in the final round.
Only 30% of U.S. attorneys meet their own case goals, and the Trump administration calls it competence. When your courtroom skills rival a drunken game of Twister, maybe it's time to consider a career in interpretive dance instead of law.
Chinese authorities capture suspected drug kingpin after audacious escape, proving once again that crime can run but can't hide forever. In the high-stakes game of cat and mouse, the mouse thought it had wings, but gravity had other plans, and so did the long arm of the law.
Bill Maher dismisses White House as just a building post-demonstration. When political symbolism crumbles under the weight of reality TV punditry, the real estate market isn't the only place where value is misunderstood.
Police seize counterfeit weight, laws jabs worth £250,000 call it a health victory. When your weight loss journey involves dodging counterfeit chemists, it's safe to say the only thing shedding pounds is your wallet.
Driver arrested after car hits Secret Service property because nothing says, "I'm not suspicious," like crashing into a federal fortress. The Secret Service, where keep out signs are less suggestion and more a dare for the truly oblivious.
Rishi Sunak only politician to see witness statement in China spy case because transparency is best served behind closed doors. Apparently, open government translates to peekaboo politics when espionage is involved.
Federal agents prep immigration operation as 200 protesters block base entrance, claiming freedom isn't just for the privileged. When protesting looks like standing in the way of those who stand in the way, it's a reminder that liberty's roadblocks are often human-shaped.
Gibson launches guitar collection for 40-year Back to the Future anniversary, solves nostalgia with time-traveling riffs. Because nothing screams future like the design from 1955, now with extra strings and a price tag to match your mortgage.
Pakistan minister threatens open war with Afghanistan if peace talks falter, then calls it diplomacy. Because nothing says peace process like a casual side of war, served with a garnish of international mediation and a dash of impending chaos.
Europe's economy buffeted by 100 miles per hour trade winds, while leaders spin. When your economic strategy involves more hot air than a weather balloon, expect to be swept away without a parachute.
Cape Cod Country Club faces solar farm conversion, teeing off a debate between sun power and sand traps. Trading golf greens for green energy might just be the hole-in-one the planet's been waiting for. Who needs a caddy when you've got solar panels?
Israeli forces wound multiple in Gaza amidst rising settler violence in West Bank. Call it security. When ceasefire translates to escalation, it's like calling a wildfire a campfire. Just a cozy misunderstanding with life and death stakes.
Trump officials send election observers to California and New Jersey, call it democracy protection. Sending political hall monitors to Democratic states is like asking the fox to guard the hen house with fair play as the punchline.
Maybe he thought it was an autograph request. When you're running the country, remembering who you pardoned is just a minor detail, right?
Israeli forces storm West Bank, killing a child, escalating tensions as settlers rampage. When peace talks are just smoke and mirrors, the ground becomes fertile for the seeds of endless conflict and heartbreak.
Researchers report progress in boosting Poland's only native turtle species. Call it a slow and steady success. Turns out, saving turtles is a bit like politics, inching forward, occasionally hiding in your shell, and hoping not to get run over by the next big thing.
Pharma giants push semaglutide for heart health, ignoring its price tag.
Self-proclaimed artist releases debut album and 0 listeners tune in. When your audience is just your mom and her cat, maybe it's time to rethink the marketing strategy, or lack thereof.
U.S. Access website for reporting human rights abuses by U.S. armed foreign forces, then wonders why trust is at an all-time low.
Coast Guard repels U-Haul attack with gunfire, proving nothing is safe from chaos. When a rental truck becomes a weapon, you know it's a world where even moving day gets militarized.
Only 25% of pop songs from 1980 still get airplay, and Barbra Streisand calls it timeless. In a world where love songs age like fine wine, here's Streisand proving heartaches got staying power, even if the shoulder pads didn't.
Microsoft AI chief vows no chatbots for erotica, then sells more cloud services to the adult industry. Because if you can't program passion, you might as well profit from the bandwidth of desire.
National Hurricane Center warns Hurricane Melissa intensifies, yet FEMA still underfunded for disaster response. When it rains, it pours, but when it floods, the budget's dry as a bone.
Australian supercars defy gravity at Surfer's Paradise. Proving physics is just a suggestion. In the land down under, even the roads want to be part of the action, turning every curve into a launching pad for high-octane kangaroo impressions.
Only 20% of young adults avoid tech neck, while the rest carry smartphones and an invisible 10-pound headweight. Modern life, where the weight of wisdom is replaced by the burden of bad posture.
Da al-taqwa faces closure, despite being London's oldest Islamic bookshop and a cultural cornerstone since 1984. In a city of glass towers, a beacon of heritage flickers, reminding us that culture isn't just a commodity.
Hassan Piker claims the right captivates young men because the left offers no compelling narrative. When politics becomes storytelling, the left is like a Netflix series with no new seasons, leaving viewers to binge on the right's reruns.
Marjorie Taylor Greene admits home prices have not dropped under Trump, leaving young Americans with no hope of affording homes. Fish extends gumbo jam to 42 minutes, delivering a groove longer than most political attention spans. While the band explores uncharted sonic territories, politicians continue to spin the same tired tracks on repeat without the sweet improvisation.
Dave East drops Karma 4, but critics say it misses classic status despite veteran prowess. It's like a gourmet meal missing the final seasoning, satisfying but not unforgettable, leaving fans hungry for that elusive classic taste.
China plans to sell up to $4 billion in bonds, calling it stability.
War slips into darkness and the soul funk of 71 still resonates. 54 years later, we're still fighting the same battles, but at least the soundtrack's got some serious groove.
These Motel drops Spice new progressive trance, promising epic desert vibes, but some say it's more mirage than masterpiece. Like a rave in Arrakis with sandworms on the decks, ambitious but evaporates before it reaches its full psychedelic potential.
DeSantis dismisses worries over Florida's charter school law, calls it a win for choice. In other news, the foxes are thrilled about their new positions guarding the henhouse. Hope the chickens enjoy their newfound freedom.
Israel accuses Iran of launching Yom Kippur cyber attack on hospital, seeks international condemnation. In the world of geopolitical, he said, she said, it's comforting to know that even cyberspace isn't safe from ancient grudges and modern vendettas. US sanctions Russian oil producers' supertanker freight rates jump 20%, proving nothing moves faster than profit panic. When oil's on the line, capitalism's creativity flows faster than crude, leaving diplomacy to dog paddle in its wake.
FBI arrests over 30 in gambling probe includes current and former NBA players. When your career's gone from slam dunks to slamming down royal flushes, maybe it's time to fold before you're dealt a pair of handcuffs.
Deckmate 2 card shufflers hacked for mob poker scam, NBA games allegedly rocked. When your ace in the hole is a hidden camera, the only jackpot you hit is a front row seat to your own courtroom drama.
While we test trivia, the real test is surviving a world where ignorance and indifference spread faster than any bug.
YouTube reveals 3,000 malware-laden videos, claims it's an educational experience. When your algorithm's more haunted house than search engine, expect your subscribers to run like it's a ghost story marathon.
Researchers reveal LLMs suffer brain rot from junk data, call it an unexpected revelation. Feeding garbage into a learning model is like teaching calculus with macaroni art, surprising no one when the results look like a preschooler's fever dream.
Dutch far-right party eyes victory, fueled by immigration fears. Yet the real crisis is a government that can't keep it together. While politicians stoke fear, they forget that the true immigrant is compassion, forever seeking a home in a world of closed minds.
US claims executive sold secrets to Russia for $1.3 million, then pledges loyalty to capitalism. When treason comes with a price tag, it's a reminder that corporate espionage is just another line item on the budget sheet.
Louvre director admits jewel theft blunder. Resignation refused, as if incompetence is a new exhibit. When your crown jewels go missing in broad daylight, it seems the real masterpiece on display is how to botch museum security with a touch of French flair.
Former Labour Minister ran shoddy COVID testing firm, now faces accusations of money laundering. Because why settle for one scandal when you can have two?
Only 40% of Swedish House Mafia fans remember the instrumental version, and the rest are still stuck in a lyrical loop. Because nothing says musical innovation like stripping out the words and watching everyone pretend it's a brand new track.
The fringe movement of gun nuts, backwoodsmen, and free marketers paved the way for autocracy, then claimed it was for freedom. When the Wild West meets laissez-faire, democracy takes a backseat ride in a pickup truck loaded with conspiracy theories and bullet casings.
Donald Trump dodges accountability in Epstein scandal, claiming legal immunity is just his new brand of sunscreen. Apparently, in the land of the free, justice is just a suggestion for the powerful, while the rest of us get sunburned by the truth.
Only 53% disapprove of White House East Wing demolition and Trump calls it progress. In the age of wrecking balls and political chaos, who needs a historic landmark when you can have a ballroom fit for a reality TV show?
Molly Carlson defies gravity with first handstand on 59-foot platform because why not make your first attempt a literal cliffhanger? While the rest of us struggle with yoga in our living rooms, Carlson's out here turning vertigo into her personal playground.
Czech Republic raises funds for Flamingo-type Ukrainian missile, naming it Dana-1 in honor of Dana Drabova. When missile crowdfunding becomes a tribute, you know we are living in an era where peace takes a backseat to patriotism with a side of irony.
Nothing like a slow striptease of spreadsheets and deductions to turn a steamy romance into a fiscal nightmare. Forget roses.
Spot gold advances, reversing 2 days of losses, but traders still clutch their pearls, fearing the rally's too hot to handle. In the world of precious metals, gold's like that flaky friend who shows up late and leaves you wondering if you're still cool.
S&P 500 climbs as big tech surges, yet everyone's holding their breath for Friday's CPI to decide if the party continues. It's like living on a diet of energy drinks and cliffhangers. Sure, it keeps you buzzing, but one wrong number and it's Crash City.
Mystery donor gives $130 million to U.S. military, sparking ethics concerns over buying loyalty with a fat wallet. When the troops' paychecks depend on a sugar daddy, the line between philanthropy and influence peddling gets blurrier than a politician's promise.
Casey Musgraves releases If the World Burns Down in pop genre, but hope still missing. When the soundtrack to our apocalypse
Only 17.4% of Europeans now feel poor, while Greece hits a staggering 66.8%, calling it progress. When most of your citizens feel like they're starring in a Greek tragedy, you might want to reconsider calling it anything but a crisis.
When nostalgia and chaos collide, it's like finding a Picasso in a thrift store, bewildering, valuable, and utterly unintentional.
Sees X, Dan Bernard, demands over $250,000 monthly spousal support, claiming he can't live without chandelier-level luxury. When your alimony request could bankroll a small orchestra, maybe it's time to learn to swing from a more modest chandelier.
Pandemonium drops. Because nothing screams spiritual awakening like a bass drop that shatters your chakras and leaves your soul vibrating in neon hues.
AWS outage reveals cracks in Amazon's cloud dominance, with rivals gaining ground. When the cloud king stumbles, it's like watching a tech giant trip over its own ego, leaving room for the underdogs to snatch the crown.
King Charles prays with Pope for first time in 5 centuries, ignoring historical schism. After centuries of religious tension and political drama, it took just one joint prayer to make history, or at least a headline. Maybe next they'll tackle world peace over tea and crumpets.
Pierre Toliev's approval rating plummets to an all-time low, yet he insists it's just a phase, like bell bottoms or disco. When your popularity mirrors a mullet revival, maybe it's time to rethink the party playlist.
OpenAI claims to cure cancer yet creates a web browser, priorities questioned. When tech companies play doctor, it's like watching a magician juggle chainsaws. Impressive until you realize the audience is still waiting for the rabbit to appear.
America plans military maneuvers from Puerto Rico targeting Venezuela, calling it a strategic necessity like using a sledgehammer to swat a fly. When colonial legacies meet modern warfare, the only winners are the arms dealers and the historians sharpening their quills.
Trump halts US-Canada trade talks over Reagan advert because nostalgia is now a foreign policy tool. Apparently, nothing says modern diplomacy like digging up a former president to deliver a message from the past. Who knew Reagan had posthumous veto power?
Asia stocks rise before US CPI and Trump-Xi trade talks. Optimism brews. When financial markets hitch their wagons to political drama, it's like betting your life savings on a soap opera plot twist, thrilling until the inevitable cliffhanger.
Australia's Labor must appease Liberals or Greens for environment law overhaul, proving that environmental protection is just another pawn in political chess. When conservation depends on political rivalries, the koalas might as well start campaigning for office themselves.
Only 23% of incarcerated individuals find rehabilitation, and society calls it progress. When prisons are rebranded as incarcerated, the bars may be invisible, but freedom remains a distant dream.
China halts Russian crude buys after US blacklists. Geopolitical chess at play. When oil becomes a pawn in the global power game, it's a reminder that energy independence is just a fairy tale we tell ourselves between sanctions.
Hakeem Jeffries endorses Zohran Mamdani for NYC mayor because nothing says progress like a belated bandwagon leap. Maybe Jeffries was just waiting for the winds of change to blow in the right direction before hopping on board. After all, why lead when you can follow with flair?
Russian forces strike Kyiv overnight, injuring 7, and they still call it a special operation. When your neighbor's idea of a midnight chat involves missiles, it's clear diplomacy isn't on the menu.
When your playlist is a black parade of nostalgia, even the pews start wearing eyeliner.
Trump wants to meet Kim Jong-un on Asia trip. Deja vu diplomacy. When former leaders play at nostalgia with dictators, we remember that some political theater never goes out of style, even when the curtain should have fallen.
Pershing Square sells million-dollar bonds, revives financial necromancy after 4 years. When hedge fund wizards conjure cash from dusty vaults, the only magic trick is making your money disappear twice as fast.
FC Heidenheim defeats Bayer Leverkusen 2-1, proving underdogs can bite harder than their Bundesliga bettors expected. Turns out, when you underestimate the little guys, they might just kick you right out of the tournament with a grin and a wave.
Only 20% of economists trust Trump's economy, and Paul Krugman calls it a mirage. When your financial future is built on sandcastles, expect the tide to bring more than just seashells, like foreclosures and broken dreams.
When your financial credibility crumbles like a house of cards, maybe it's time to stop playing poker with the economy and start dealing in reality.
Russian drones strike Kyiv, killing 3 and injuring dozens, then Kremlin blames the West. When you're the bully on the block, every punch comes with a smirk and a finger pointed elsewhere, like a schoolyard tyrant with nukes.
New leaders dodge using closing Russian assets, then claim strategic patience as Ukraine waits for more than words. When you're fighting the war with promises and not resources, the only thing proven is the hope of those on the front lines.
Two Doors Down moved to stage with full TV cast, promises comedy of recognition minus the remote control. Finally, theatergoers can experience the thrill of sitcom Suburbia Live, where the laugh track is your own nervous chuckle echoing in the dark.
Ohio lawmaker proposes ban on marrying AI, calls them non-sentient entities. When you're more worried about AI weddings than human rights, maybe it's time to reevaluate what constitutes a real threat to society.
Trump denies sending supersonic bombers to Venezuela coast, but flight data screams louder than his denial. When your alibi is as thin as the atmosphere your bombers slice through, maybe it's time to invest in better cover stories.
Russian strikes kill at least 3 in Ukraine overnight, proving diplomacy is a ghost story for the desperate. It's the kind of peace talk where the only sound is the whistle of incoming ordnance, and the only handshake is a fist.
Turkish court dismisses case against opposition, calls it a markets boost, because nothing says stability like a legal system acting as a stockbroker, trading justice for a bullish market.
NatWest boss opposes bank tax hikes as profits soar 30%. When your profits hit the billions, pleading poverty while avoiding taxes is like a billionaire demanding a free lunch and a pat on the back.
Only 3% inflation reported for September, and economists brace for more. Like a ticking time bomb wrapped in a tariff bow, the Trump administration gifts us the thrill of economic roulette.
Trump sanctions Russian oil giants after Putin summit cancelled, proving diplomacy is just an oil spill in a suit. With all the subtlety of a bull in a china shop, Trump's strategy dances around peace like a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Israeli airstrikes target multiple areas across Lebanon. Peace now a mirage in a desert of denial.
Intel abandons TikTok strategy, embraces long-lived node for profit. When you're struggling to innovate, just stretch the timeline and call it a strategy. After all, who needs progress when you can redefine stagnation?
Wall Street warns of AI bubble bursting, but America's economy is tied to the tech like a millennial to their smartphone. When your entire economy is a house of cards built on AI dreams, don't act surprised when reality huffs and puffs and blows it down.
Steakhouses slice steak portions and inflate prices, transforming cow into currency. When your filet mignon comes with a side of financial anxiety, it's clear the beef industry's cash cow has become a golden calf.
Russian missile strike Kyiv, kill 4, injure 9, allies condemn. In this tragic game of geopolitics, human lives are mere pawns sacrificed on the altar of power while leaders play their endless chess match.
King Charles strips Prince Andrew of royal titles, except the one tied to scandal. When your only remaining title is synonymous with disgrace, it's less a royal demotion and more a crown's way of saying, we're just not that into you.
Russian authorities claim drone attack on Moscow, but locals say it's just another day under the shadow of Kremlin's paranoia. When your empire is built on fear, every bird in the sky looks like a drone. Maybe it's time to stop blaming the clouds and start fixing the leaks.
Chicago Bears bail on City, leaving $356 million in stadium debt. When your local team ghosts you and leaves a bill the size of a small country's GDP, it's not just a breakup, it's a financial hit job in cleats.
Google and BitGet host hackathon, promise innovation, deliver buzz. When tech giants join forces for a hackathon, expect more hype than breakthroughs. Wallets fatten, while true innovation remains a distant whisper.
When tech titans choose profit margins over migrant lives, it's like watching the villain win, except they're wearing hoodies and sipping artisanal lattes.
Indian upper caste attackers murder 17-year-old Dalit boy, proving once again that caste is a weapon, not a relic. In a society where your birth determines your worth, Aniket's death is just another chapter in a centuries-old horror story. Equality's not just overdue, it's a life or death matter.
European Parliament chief warns centrists might embrace far-right for progress. When the center shakes hands with extremism, expect democracy to take a backseat. Compromise becomes a euphemism for selling out core values.
Spanish National Police recover missing Picasso worth 600,000 euros after it vanished like a magician's assistant. Finding a lost Picasso is like discovering a unicorn grazing in your backyard. Only the art world can turn a crime scene into a gallery opening.
Mexico's security forces nab suspected drug kingpin after daring escape from house arrest, proving you can't outrun bad karma forever. When fleeing from justice, remember, your ankle bracelet doesn't make a great fashion accessory, and it's not a good look on the runway to prison.
RFK Jr. promotes saturated fats diet, igniting a coronary countdown in health experts' nightmares. As if heart disease wasn't already America's sweetheart. RFK Jr. seems determined to make sure saturated fats are the new apple pie. It's a cholesterol carnival and everyone's invited.
Ford shelves F-150 Lightning EV production as aluminum supply tightens, because who needs sustainable transport when you can have scarcity-induced nostalgia? In the future, we'll all drive memories of electric trucks while CEOs lament the lack of shiny metal like it's the new gold standard.
NASA unwittingly sends hibernating bacteria to Mars, proving sterilization isn't foolproof against microscopic Houdinis. Looks like Mars might get its first house guest courtesy of the bacteria with a killer net gain. At this rate, we'll be colonizing the red planet with microbes before humans even get a chance.
Ukraine reports special op killing 3 soldiers in southern Russia because international diplomacy is now a high-stakes game of cloak and dagger. In the geopolitical chess match, pawns are often sacrificed while kings and queens continue their dance, oblivious to the cost of their moves.
Jingle Thief hackers exploit cloud infrastructure, stealing millions in gift cards, proving that even Santa's workshop isn't safe from cyber Grinches. While you were busy setting up two-factor authentication, these digital pickpockets were crafting their own naughty list, filled with the spoils of virtual loot bags.
Only 50% of cancer patients received mRNA COVID vaccines, doubling survival rates, and Big Pharma calls it a breakthrough. Turns out the best way to conquer cancer might just be a tiny jab, not the billion-dollar treatments that keep CEOs' yachts afloat.
Jeremy Strong defends his witchy acting method, then insists the cauldron and broomstick are just for show. When your acting process sounds like a Hogwarts elective, it's no wonder Oscar voters are spellbound. Next up, casting spells on the Academy itself.
Tanny Gray-Thompson warns electric cars exclude disabled drivers due to inaccessible charging. Progress looks like a shiny new car, but if you can't reach the gas, it's just another roadblock wrapped in eco-friendly packaging.
Trump considers sending tomahawks to Kyiv, while Putin entrenches his chessboard in the geopolitical sandbox. The classic Trump-Putin tango. One digs trenches, the other contemplates fireworks. Who knew international relations were just a high-stakes game of battleship?
Tropical storm Melissa threatens Caribbean with devastation, then denies being on a climate change payroll. When the weather starts auditioning for a disaster movie, you know Mother Nature's had enough of our denialism. Meanwhile, governments scramble for umbrellas.
When growth looks like a sprint, but the finish line's just more consumer debt, it's hard to call it a victory lap.
Eight Sleep sells mattress cover for over $3,000, calls it the future of sleep maxing.
Leonard Bernstein's America movie trailer drops, promises nostalgia overdose with a side of rose-tinted patriotism. When the past gets a Hollywood makeover, history becomes a feel-good mixtape, skipping over the messy tracks. Cue the violins and flag waving.
Wall Street fears burning by mile trade repeats past mistakes. When investors play with fire, it's less about the heat and more about the thrill of getting scorched with someone else's money.
In a plot twist worthy of a bad action movie, these arsonists went full villain, leaving Ukraine's relief supplies in ashes. I guess some folks just can't resist playing the pyromaniac Grinch.
Slate launches daily 5x5 crossword, solving your existential dread for 5 minutes. In a world where doom scrolling reigns supreme, Slate offers the tiny thrill of a crossword victory. Who knew 5 minutes of wordplay could be the new mindfulness app?
TikToker shot by federal agents during ICE arrest, then ICE claims it was a routine operation. Because nothing says routine like federal agents turning a TikTok dance off into a live-action shoot 'em up. The new ICE challenge, dodge the bullet, win a prize.
Microsoft Edge begs users to choose Copilot AI over ChatGPT. When your browser starts pleading for attention, you know it's time to ask who's really in control, your tech or your dignity.
German bid to close migrant boats, loophole faces delay.
California startup to demonstrate space weapon on its own dime calls it innovation. When billionaires play Star Wars with taxpayer money, even startups want a shot at the cosmic piñata.
Only 30% of tourists can pronounce Thessaloniki correctly, and Greek locals call it progress. When your vacation becomes a linguistic challenge, you might be visiting for the Instagram, but you're staying for the pronunciation lessons.
MIT scientists discover hidden 3D genome loops that survive cell division, defying old beliefs. Turns out DNA's been doing the limbo, ducking under our assumptions and keeping its loops intact.
When electronic music becomes the ghost in the machine, even your playlist starts haunting you with the echo of commercial intent.
Probe finds AI chatbots mangle nearly half of news summaries.
Doug Ford relishes antagonist role, taunting Trump as Canada's political heavyweight. When the Maple Leaf wrestles the Orange Mane, it's a clash of titans or a reality TV show too surreal even for 2025.
Nortex launches family-friendly $1,400 humanoid robot redefines companionship. When your new best friend arrives in a box and costs less than a vacation, who needs human connection anyway?
Only 40% of NATO members back Ukraine, and they call it unity. From solidarity with Poland to solidarity in spirit, the West Spine seems to have taken an extended vacation. Somewhere warm, without a conscience.
Cedric Bixler Zavala slams Alien Earth for using Metallica Tool Godsmack, labeling them punk rock, then claims they don't fit the show. When your alien horror series sounds like a dad rock playlist, you might want to reconsider your extraterrestrial ambiance and aim for something less midlife crisis and more cosmic chaos.
Israel breaks ceasefire, kills 93 in Gaza, calls it self-defense. When the peace talks are more violent than the war, you know diplomacy's just a fancy word for nothing left to lose.
Banks claim readiness for credit shift, yet consumers face higher fees. As banks toast their newfound stability, the rest of us are left paying the tab, with each ATM fee a reminder of who really profits.
When you're part of the political circus, and your texts are more incriminating than a reality TV script, maybe it's time to reconsider your role in the show.
When nature's polyamory boosts your grain yield, it's evolution's way of saying
Scientists find Titan defies chemistry rules, but Earth's still stuck with same old polluters. While Titan dances with new molecular partners, our planet remains chained to fossil fuels, proving that sometimes the real alien landscape is right here at home.
Tesla unleashes Mad Max mode, now under federal scrutiny for encouraging cars to impersonate reckless action heroes.
Prop 50 backers call it democracy's litmus test. See a chance. When the test for democracy involves counting who gets to speak, maybe it's time we redefine what participation really means.
OpenAI acquires Sky from Max, calls it innovation while monopolizing your digital house keys. As OpenAI secures another piece of the tech puzzle, your Mac might soon know more about you than your therapist, but at least it'll organize your playlists.
A 14-year-old allegedly kicked staff member, resulting in her death, and authorities ponder if discipline needs a new rule book.
King Charles prays with Pope Leo, proving even centuries old, religious schisms can be mended by a well-timed photo op.
When the rent you don't pay decides how hot the economy feels, it's like using a thermometer.
Trump secures funding from Apple, Meta, Amazon for new White House ballroom because nothing says populism like corporate sponsorship. When tech titans bankroll presidential ballrooms, it's less about dancing and more about ensuring their favorite tunes get played on the political jukebox.
Trump attends ASEAN summit.
claims it could be the most significant in years, yet Timor-Leste wonders if anyone remembers them.
Trump unleashes late-night truth social tirade, but the only truth is it's past his bedtime. When the leader of the free world becomes a night owl on social media, it's not insomnia. It's a masterclass in how not to count sheep.
King Charles and Pope Leo share a prayer in historic 500-year reunion. When monarchs and popes unite for divine intervention, it's a reminder that even the most powerful need a little help from the heavens.
Prosecutors discover evidence sabotaging their own case against Letitia James, proving self-sabotage is the real crime. When the evidence flips the script, maybe the prosecutors need a lesson in plot twists from the writer's room instead of the courtroom.
China names new second highest ranking general after military purge, claims it's about stability, not paranoia. When cleaning house involves sweeping everyone under the rug, you know loyalty isn't just a virtue, it's a survival tactic.
TikTok's algorithm fuels political bubbles, boosting far-right PVV in latest research. When your dance app becomes a political echo chamber, the only winners are the ones shouting loudest into the void of confirmation bias.
Trump announces 10% increase in tariffs on Canada because maple syrup must be a national security threat. The art of the deal, punishing your northern neighbor for being too polite while ignoring the real elephant in the room, climate change.
Trump sanctions Russia's two largest oil companies, proving he can juggle chaos with all the grace of a ball in a china shop. When your foreign policy is a reality show, every episode needs a villain, even if it's a bear with pipelines.
Democrats launch investigation into Trump's alleged theft of $230 million, claiming accountability is overdue. When taxpayer money is a billionaire's piggy bank, it's less democracy and more kleptocracy masquerading as leadership.
Real estate agents warn sellers of tough fall market. Prices stagnate despite demand. When home prices stick, like old gum on a shoe, sellers might need to pop a reality pill and swallow their expectations.
But just in history can be conquered with cello music and slow zooms. When you've got a soundtrack like a lullaby and a narrative like a bedtime story, who needs muskets?
Republicans redraw districts to favor themselves, and lawsuits pile up like a courtroom's greatest hits album. When democracy is a rigged game, the courts become the last honest referee in town.
Scientists claim dinosaurs thrived until asteroid hit, but birds still got the best end of that extinction deal. Turns out the ultimate survival strategy is trading in your T-Rex roar for a pigeon coo and a knack for pooping on statues.
US officials babysit Israel pressure mounts like a vice grip on far-right policy. When your foreign policy resembles a helicopter parent, maybe it's time to reconsider the playbook before the sandbox turns into a battlefield.
Nexperia's China unit resumes chip sales, claiming it's just business as usual under the watchful eye of Big Brother. when chips become the new currency of control. Even silicon can't escape the iron grip of geopolitical chess.
Beyond Meat stock jumps 20%, but analysts say the sizzle is all on Wall Street, not in the skillet. When your stock's more mean than meal, it might be time to ask if investors are biting into a juicy future or just hot air.
Hakeem Jeffries backs Zoran Mamdani for New York mayor, surprising no one in the progressive circle. When politicians endorse each other, it's like a snake eating its own tail, endlessly circular and somehow still hungry for more power.
India's Sharma scores century, Kohli finds form, and Australia's dreams of a sweep vanish faster than a cricket ball over the boundary. When you're lost, stand down, under is a defiant dance with a willow bat. Maybe it's Australia who should start questioning their plans for domination.
Apollo claims AI energy gap won't close in our lifetime, while still investing in tech like it's a race to digital immortality. In a world where AI dreams of infinite power, we're left wondering if the only thing limitless is corporate doublespeak.
Ontario Premier halts anti-tariff ad after Trump fumes, proving diplomacy is just a game of appeasement.
While the track claimed shadowy intrigue, it's hard not to see it as a spy-themed marketing ploy with less depth than a kiddie pool.
Oil prices plummet to $25 per barrel. When your geopolitical strategy relies on black gold, finding yourself in a sea of cheap crude is like bringing a Lada to a Tesla race.
When strategic responsibility means losing value faster than a sinking ship, you have to wonder if the captains checked the compass.
The Federal Reserve plans to cut interest rates next week, ignoring inflation's 3% sprint past their 2% goal. It's like trying to put out a fire by throwing gasoline on it. Maybe the Fed's just banking on a miracle of monetary self-combustion.
A report claims left-wing terrorism is rising, yet the data reveals more right-wing incidents were overlooked. While the narrative spins a tale of leftist violence, the numbers suggest it's more about selective outrage than an actual surge in extremism.
Spotify raises prices again, users question loyalty and search for alternatives. When your favorite playlist costs more than your morning coffee, it's time to wonder if the music's really worth the price of admission.
Mafia bosses exploit cryptocurrencies for money laundering while police rescue kittens from freeways. The mob's gone digital, laundering cash with crypto, while the cops play cat wrangler. Maybe they're hoping the blockchain has a soft spot for felines.
Fleabag drops Spusta, claims it's a haunting masterpiece.
China lures foreign tech talent, domestic graduates feel sidelined and anxious.
When homegrown experts lose jobs to imported talent, it's like inviting a guest to dinner only to find they've eaten your meal.
France sends more Mirage jets to Ukraine, calls it a peace gesture. Sending fighter jets for peace is like gifting a flamethrower to a firefighter. It's all smoke and mirrors until the fire starts.
Man prosecuted for posting Charlie Kirk meme. Justice system flexes its absurdity. When satire becomes a crime, it's like banning laughter because someone might choke on the punchline.
Only 60% of Kiss fans believe Ace Frehley is dead, and the rest think it's just another farewell tour.
Tech site reviews routers declares the most expensive one best. It's like choosing a car based on the price tag without checking if it has wheels.
Transit authorities threaten billions in real estate value, but coal service cuts a necessary evil.
Ace Wazes and the Ghosts release Connect to Consume punk track while the world keeps binging on digital distraction. Plugged in but tuned out, our screens are the new opiates, numbing us into submission while the real ghosts haunt the halls of power.
European stocks rise on earnings rush, but energy rallies on US sanctions against Russian producers. When your gains depend on geopolitical chaos, it's less a market and more a masquerade ball of opportunism.
Turkey drafts law targeting LGBTQ+ reporting, critics demand withdrawal. Calling journalism on human rights a crime is like outlawing compassion. It's a surefire way to keep the truth in the closet.
Catherine Bigelow's A House of Dynamite terrifies nuclear war expert. More than 40 years of study can't compete with the film's dread. When a movie outdreads decades of nuclear research, maybe it's time to trade the popcorn for a panic room.
U.S. reports inflation rose less than expected in September, but only after markets had a panic attack. When late news is good news, it's like a fire alarm that rings after the flames are out, useful only for the insurance claim.
China tests Falcon 9 lookalike, then calls it innovation. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery until it's a rocket, then it's a lawsuit waiting to launch.
When every restaurant feels the same, you know a food monopoly is seasoning your life with mediocrity and calling it convenience.
Authorities charge 40 suspects in gambling scheme, call it Operation Royal Flush. Looks like the house always wins, unless the house is a jail cell. Better fold those cards before they fold you.
Lionel Messi signs 3-year extension, promises playoff glory. 3 more years of Messi magic. Meanwhile, the rest of the team wonders if they're just extras in the Lionel Messi show.
A diplomatic tightrope walk in stilettos, but with Trump, there's always a risk of stepping on a rake instead.
Ontario releases anti-tariff ad called "Clever and Legally Sound," but Trump's tariffs remain as stubborn as a mule with a grudge. Crafty ads might win applause, but they won't make Trump budge. He's the kind of guy who thinks compromise is a four-letter word.
Only 15% of Simply Red fans admit it's their guilty pleasure, and Mick Hucknall calls it timeless. Soulful nostalgia wrapped in a ginger mullet, because nothing says timeless like clinging to the 80s with a velvet grip. New Yorker cover attempts complex fiction misses the mark. When the cover tries to outsmart the contents, it's like putting a tuxedo on a cat and calling it Shakespeare.
In a town where reboots are the real stars, AI's biggest threat might just be making originality a trending topic again.
AP photo captures mystery man after Louvre jewel heist, sparking more buzz than a beehive on double espresso. The art of distraction. While Inspector Q saw wannabes bumble around, the real masterminds are laughing all the way to their secret lairs.
India initiates Delhi cloud seeding, claims it will clear the air, but pollution levels remain sky high.
Argentines vote on Miley's libertarian vision, hoping to find a new economic tango partner in a sea of old dance moves. When the music stops, who will be left holding the peso? Miley's vision might just be the blindfold at Argentina's economic piñata party.
Financial advisors warn 60-40 portfolio may not protect 401 carrier. Self-test from last decade, yet investors cling to it like a security blanket. Turns out, the only thing more terrifying than a market crash is the slow creeping realization that your retirement fund is just an elaborate game of musical chairs.
When your billion-dollar hedge fund loses to a TikTok influencer with a meme stock portfolio, it's time to reassess who's really the dumb money.
Justice system leaves families with empty hands, while the ghosts of the 13 slain civilians continue to haunt the halls of denial and forgotten accountability.
New Zealand surgeons extract 100 magnets from teens' intestines, proving that kids will swallow anything except their parents' advice. When magnets make more sense inside a teenager than their daily TikTok diet, It's clear gravity isn't the only thing pulling us down.
Only 12% of young men resist the manosphere's allure, and social media calls it empowerment. When self-worth is measured in bench presses and bank balances, the real flex is breaking free from the algorithm's grip.
China promises financial market stability, yet the yuan reform deepens like a plot twist in an economic soap opera. When stability is the goal, but chaos sells tickets, China's financial markets are the reality show no one can turn off.
Abu Dhabi banks plan risk transfers while facing higher capital demands. When banks start playing hot potato with risk, you know it's just a matter of time before someone drops the entire economy on its head.
World leaders confront climate chaos at summit, yet the destabilizing consequences of global warming remain the world's worst kept secret.
Tech used in rigged poker games exposes mob ties NBA connection. When poker games are rigged with tech and a dash of organized crime, it's like watching a bad heist movie unfold in real life, only with fewer heroes and more busted dreams.
Port of Houston feels tariff shock and government stall, while cargo piles up like teenage angst in a mall parking lot. When bureaucracy is a roadblock, the economy is stuck in traffic, and the only thing flowing freely is frustration.
Mamdani denounces Islamophobia in campaign, while opponents claim it's just spicy rhetoric in their bland political stew. When bigotry is the seasoning, democracy's left with a bitter taste and a side of hypocrisy.
White House withholds October price data, economists flying blind. It's like trying to drive a car with a blindfold on while insisting you know the way. The only thing you're sure to hit is public trust.
FA seeks clarification over ref comments. When football's governing bodies start nitpicking post-match banter, you know the beautiful game's turned into a bureaucratic board meeting.
Russia returns 1,000 bodies to Ukraine, calling it a gesture of goodwill, while artillery echoes in the background. When the dead are currency in a geopolitical game, each exchange rate is heartbreak and hypocrisy.
Tariffs hit India's steel sector. JSW's Acharya claims strategic growth. When your growth strategy involves dodging tariffs, it's like playing chess with a pigeon. They knock over the pieces and strut around like they won.
STO Crystal claims low temperature light tech breakthrough, while your smartphone battery still dies in 3 hours. When a rock can handle the cold better than your phone, it's a clear sign that technology's priorities are as clear as mud.
Only 20% of new music reaches mainstream ears, and the industry calls it a triumph.
In the age of algorithms, even the most soulful tracks are lost in the shuffle of digital drudgery.
Trump raises White House ballroom price by $100 million, calls it an upgrade. When your ballroom's price tag rivals a small nation's GDP, it's less about dancing and more about waltzing with absurdity.
Only 30% of gubernatorial candidates share a past as roommates, and they call it camaraderie. From shared rent to shared ambitions, Spanberger and Cheryl try to clean up a political landscape more cluttered than their old apartment.
UKPM claims faith in Jess Phillips despite grooming inquiry chaos. When politicians express unwavering faith, it's usually a prelude to a resignation or a reshuffle, because nothing says confidence like a public reassurance.
Pentagon unveils new autonomous fighter jet, claims it's the future of warfare. With an AI brain that already aced virtual dogfights, they're betting on intelligence over instinct, like letting a Roomba handle your next bar fight.
Intel stock rally fizzles as investors demand proof of comeback, despite promising sales forecast. Apparently, Wall Street would rather see chips in action than just numbers on paper, like wanting a superhero to actually save the day, not just promise it.
NFL uses tech to keep players on field, but injuries rise. When the league starts leaning on tech to ensure player health, you know they're just one algorithm away from a digital scapegoat.
Gene Simmons and KISS co-founders private funeral may silence the amps, but you can bet the after party in rock heaven is one hell of a jam session.
Only 30% of WordPress users choose plugins based on effectiveness, and the rest just hope for magic. It's like picking a security guard based on their fashion sense. Sure, they look good, but will they actually stop the hackers?
When a watch claims to measure antioxidant levels faster than you can say snake oil, you know they're timing your skepticism too.
NASA discovers temperatures plunge inside Mars's polar vortex, but all we find is more cosmic cold shoulder. It's like Mars is saying, sure, come over, but when we get there, it's just a frigid reminder that the universe isn't exactly a welcoming host.
Charles Barkley questions Kawhi Leonard's multitasking, asks how he can juggle 2 jobs in basketball. If Kawhi's dribbling skills match his job juggling, the Clippers might just win the championship and an Employee of the Month award.
Jane Street and Citadel Securities gobble 20% of global trading revenue, but banks call it friendly competition. It's the finance world's version of the schoolyard bully stealing your lunch money, but with a smile and a nod to market efficiency.
Refugee boat sinks off Western Turkey, kills 14 souls. In a world obsessed with borders and bureaucracy, human lives become mere footnotes in the sea's relentless ledger of despair.
UN reports global hunger fell in 2024, yet Africa and Western Asia saw increases, calling it progress. The UN's progress is like saying your house is cleaner because you swept the living room while the kitchen is on fire.
When unilateral decisions override democratic processes, the line between governance and tyranny blurs.
Psychologist declares Trump's cognitive collapse, yet his approval ratings remain unnervingly stable. It's like watching a train wreck in slow motion while half the passengers cheer for more popcorn.
Arizona's new congressman seated after over a month. Perhaps they're waiting for the right feng shui moment, or maybe the seat needs a celebrity endorsement.
Palace restoration in Bucharest costs millions, preserves past. When public funds pour into grand facades while citizens struggle, the gleaming walls echo with the irony of neglected priorities and misplaced nostalgia.
Mayo Clinic scientists discover lung self-healing switch, but Big Pharma still profits from chronic lung treatments. Why cure, when you can keep selling the same overpriced inhalers for eternity?
Putin avoids G20 summit in South Africa, fearing arrest, proving even dictators have travel anxieties.
Thora Birch considers returning for Hocus Pocus 3 as Danny Dennison. In a world where nostalgia sells like hotcakes, even the witches of Salem can't resist the siren call of a sequel paycheck.
Donald Trump plans to leave the country. When the going gets tough, the tough get going, preferably to a golf course.
US investigates Tesla's Mad Max mode, then calls it high-speed driver assistance. When your car thinks it's in a post-apocalyptic film, you might start questioning if the future of driving is actually just a dystopian rerun.
White House East Wing loses historical clout, as if walls could weep for bygone grace and civility. The East Wing, once a silent witness to power's softer side, now mourns its own irrelevance amid the chaos of modern politics.
Only 23% of refugees find stable housing within 6 months, and the government calls it progress. In the land of the free, finding a home is harder than finding a needle in a haystack, especially when budgets for compassion are as thin as the paper they're printed on.
Russia's military uses 80-year-old ammunition, claims it's historically reliable. When your military strategy involves raiding museums for supplies, it's clear your arsenal is more blast from the past than cutting edge.
Stocks gain as crude oil surges on Russia sanctions, defying logic. When profits rise on the back of geopolitical tension, you know the market's moral compass is spinning like a roulette wheel in a Vegas casino.
Zelensky's office claims oil sanctions will halve Russian revenue, as if economic justice could balance a tyrant's scales. Russia's financial juggernaut takes a hit, but the Kremlin's appetite for chaos remains uncurbed. Money might be tight, but the thirst for power never dries up.
When a music legend swaps his guitar for a paintbrush, it's like watching a lion trade its roar for a watercolor set.
Only 20% of music lovers experience half-awake song epiphanies, and Spotify calls it enhanced listening, when your subconscious curates your playlist better than any algorithm.
President Trump ignores legal norms, claims it's leadership.
In the healthcare world, survival often means choosing between life-saving treatment and life-ruining bankruptcy, a trade-off that's as bitter as it is common.
Only 1% of email users change passwords, and tech giants call it secure. In a world where your digital life is as safe as a post-it note on a windy day, who needs enemies when you've got apathy?
CBC releases documentary on GLP-1's societal impact, claiming a wonder drug can fix waistlines, but not systemic inequality. While waistlines shrink, the gap between pharmaceutical profits and patient affordability grows wider. Slimmer bodies, fatter wallets, who knew health could be so lucrative?
When diplomacy dances to the tune of convenience, accountability's got two left feet and no sense of rhythm.
Ukraine demands EU unlock billions in frozen Russian cash for defense. When your neighbor invades and steals your land, borrowing their frozen assets for survival sounds like poetic justice. Just don't expect them to applaud.
Only 20% of UTIs trace back to bad meat, yet the meat industry calls it a rare occurrence. When your burger comes with a side of antibiotics, the real mystery meat is the healthcare bill.
Inflation rises 3% over last year, but wages remain stagnant, and workers lose paychecks during shutdowns. The cost of living balloons while paychecks deflate like a sad party balloon. It's a carnival of economic despair where only the ringmasters win.
Trump's ballroom blitz ignites public disgust as perfect symbol emerges.
When your cultural heritage becomes a kleptomaniac's treasure trove, maybe it's time to invest in some less artistic security.
When establishment meets insurgent, it's either a beautiful alliance or a wild political potluck. Pass the policy casserole, please.
Dave Ball, synth-pop pioneer of soft cell, dies at 66. In a world drowning in noise, Ball's melodies offered a haunting reminder that sometimes the most profound statements are made with a synthesizer.
Kraftwerk uploads showroom dummies to YouTube, but the algorithm prefers cat videos and influencer drama. In the battle of electropop versus viral fluff, it seems even legendary music innovators are just mannequins in the social media parade.
North Carolina GOP redraws districts, again targets black voters' representation.
Trump's approval drops among Hispanic voters, but he calls it fake news. When your policies are as welcoming as a cactus hug, even the spin doctors can't work miracles.
Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier arrested in gambling probe, NBA's new betting strategy backfires. When the house always wins, even star players can't resist stacking the deck. Who knew the real game was off the court?
SpiderCat database boasts complete coverage, misses major events. When even the algorithms can't find the news, you know we're living in a world where reality slips through the cracks of digital oversight.
Speaker Mike Johnson sidelines Congress with absentee leadership, claims it's efficient governance. When the captain abandons ship, don't be surprised if the crew starts questioning the voyage. Johnson's absence speaks volumes, none of them flattering.
Trump-Xi plan meeting next Thursday, White House insists its progress. When two powerhouses meet, expect a handshake that could set off tremors of empty promises and awkward compliments, dressed as diplomacy.
Engineers baffled by Northern Line signal failures, but Transport for London calls it routine maintenance. When your daily commute resembles a game of subterranean roulette, it's hard to see the routine in the chaos.
The London Stock Exchange loses 300 listings, insists it's a strategic lull. When your party's so dull that guests leave for the next door disco, it's time to rethink the playlist. London's stock market needs a serious remix.
Only 33% of Greek teens drink 5 drinks nightly, and parents call it a cultural experience. When your sweet 16 comes with a side of liver damage, maybe it's time to rethink the party favours. Greece, let's toast to moderation.
Trump's ballroom redo dazzles claims it's transformative. A gilded room for lavish sofas, while the rest of the house whispers tales of history and integrity beneath its opulent chandeliers.
Rubio slams UNRWA aid, claiming neutrality while waving a partisan flag. When your crusade involves cutting off humanitarian aid, it's less about righteousness and more about rewriting the rules of empathy.
Researchers discover Lyme bacteria hitchhikes on tick saliva, redefining the concept of a bad house guest. When even a tick spit has a nefarious agenda, it's time to question the hospitality industry. Watch out Airbnb, there's a new parasite in town.
Fire razes over 1,500 homes, displaces countless families.
UN proposes cybercrime convention. EFF and allies slam it as a hacker's dream journal.
Trump halts Canada trade talks over Reagan ad, proving diplomacy's now a reality TV rerun. When history's ghost becomes a bargaining chip, it's clear the scriptwriters are running out of fresh plot twists.
Lee unveils M5 chip, promises AI speed while redefining your patience with endless updates. They say it's a quantum leap, but it's really just a hopscotch over last year's model, wrapped in the same shiny box of planned obsolescence.
Halo lands on PlayStation 5 with a Combat Evolved remake, surprising fans. Master Chief's cross-platform leap is less about unity and more about squeezing every last drop from a franchise that refuses to die.
Big tech stocks surged before CPI data, ignoring oil's 6% spike like an elephant tiptoeing through a minefield. In the grand theater of finance, it's always Act 1. Blind optimism, followed by the slapstick comedy of unforeseen consequences.
Irish presidential race hit by deep-fake video, and candidates suddenly find themselves lip-syncing to chaos. In a plot twist worthy of a soap opera, digital ghosts now haunt the halls of Irish democracy, making every promise sound like a karaoke disaster.
Gob lawmaker slams pathetic Republicans, enabling Trump to wreck the White House. When loyalty to a circus ringmaster outweighs loyalty to a nation, expect the elephants to trample the tent and call it leadership.
Social Security increases by 2.8% in 2026, and inflation laughs in 3%. When your cost of living adjustment can't even keep pace with the price of your grandma's favorite canned soup, it's time to question if benefits is just a cruel joke.
Russian oil refinery erupts in flames, Ukrainian drones allegedly seen nearby, but hey, maybe it was just a fiery coincidence. When oil meets fire and drones play peekaboo, it's a geopolitical cocktail shaken, not stirred, with a twist of denial.
When the ladder to success is actually a hamster wheel, the only reward is exhaustion and the occasional existential crisis. Lost Salvador Dali painting bought for £150 sells for £47,700, proving time travel might be real. Turns out, the real surrealism is discovering that your attic junk is actually a misplaced masterpiece, while your retirement fund remains a mirage.
As the Fed untangles its $6.6 trillion mess, it's like watching a tightrope walker juggle flaming torches over a pit of hungry alligators.
UK Home Secretary Patel reveals arrests in gambling probe, calls it mind-boggling, and insists everyone fold their hands and wallets. Operation Royal Flush uncovers a full house of deception, proving once again that the house always wins, except when it's cheating.
When the watchdog bites its own tail,
Expect nothing but a dizzying dance of irony and bureaucratic hypocrisy.
President Biden warns against Taiwan's leader, calls her reckless, but keeps selling arms like it's a summer garage sale. It's a classic case of watch out for that driver while handing them the keys to a military-grade tank.
EU demands more batteries for defence, but can't keep lights on at home. While Europe stockpiles batteries like a doomsday prepper, the real battle is keeping the juice flowing long enough to charge a phone without a blackout.
Brain research treats 5 conditions, then fails others. The brain remains a mystery wrapped in a riddle, while pharmaceutical companies cash in on hope and the art of selective success stories.
FEMA predicts catastrophic flooding, but tourists still flock to Caribbean resorts like it's a summer sale on suntan lotion. Nothing says vacation like dodging hurricanes and ignoring local officials' advice. Bon voyage thrill seekers.
DC man sues police after arrest for playing Star Wars music claiming Jedi rights. When the Empire strikes back with handcuffs, it seems the Force isn't strong enough to protect your right to protest in song.
MLS hypes 2018 skills, as if last year's footwork will magically improve this season's chances of not being overshadowed by European leagues. Remember when we thought slick moves would distract us from trophyless cabinets? Nostalgia.
Dublin erupts in riots after alleged assault sparks outrage. When justice drags its feet, the streets step in and the price of silence becomes a cacophony of shattered glass and burning rage.
Only 30% of Americans support Sell America trade, and Wall Street calls it innovation. When selling out your own country is branded as a financial strategy, you know capitalism's last big leaf has fallen off.
New album, Seasonal Vibrations, released, solves no seasonal depression. Pouring out frame drum beats like pumpkin spice lattes in October, this album's hoping to be your sonic Prozac, but no promises.
Memory giants raise prices 30% amid AI server boom. When the future is built on silicon, the cost of progress is measured in zeros and your wallet is just collateral damage.
King Crimson releases Frame by Frame in 1981, and the beat confuses time itself. Progressive rock, where each note is a rebellion against the tyranny of 4/4, and every chord is a manifesto.
Companies donate to Labour, then receive £138 million in contracts. It's the political version of "you scratch my back, I'll fund your next election campaign," but with taxpayers picking up the tab.
Pershing Square sells $500 million bond, calls it a strategic move. Bill Ackman's financial wizardry strikes again, turning debt into a headline, because nothing says confidence like a fresh pile of IOUs.
American e-waste floods Southeast Asia called a hidden tsunami. When garbage becomes a global export, it's the developing world that drowns in our digital detritus while we feign ignorance and call it recycling.
Stink bugs harbor fungi in New Oregon redefine pest dynamics. Turns out these little critters have been running their own organic farmers market under our noses. Next stop, stink bug kombucha at your local hipster cafe.
Apparently, Trump's new foreign policy strategy involves letting 80s nostalgia dictate international relations. Next, he'll break treaties over a rerun of Miami Vice.
Florida corals die after 10,000 years, called functionally extinct. The ocean's ghosts linger, whispering tales of climate neglect as we watch vibrant ecosystems vanish and still pretend action can wait another decade.
When a diva like Streisand says, "Your ballroom's off key,"
Trump promises trade deals in Asia, yet tensions loom like a sequel to a bad movie. When your negotiation strategy involves waving tariffs like a magician's wand, don't be surprised if your audience starts eyeing the emergency exits.
Trump denies disaster declarations to Illinois, Vermont, and Maryland while approving Alaska's. Looks like disaster relief is now a reality TV show where states compete for Trump's attention. Next up, who can build the most flattering snow sculpture?
Besant's intervention in Argentine peso tops $1 billion, claims stability. Throwing $1 billion at a crumbling currency is like using a band-aid on a sinking ship. It sticks, but the water keeps rising.
Only 12% of global markets react to trade wars, while CEOs pretend it's just a gentle breeze. When your economy's on fire but the boardroom's chilling in denial, it's less a trade war and more a corporate camping trip with semoirs of delusion.
Shy Boys release Aleppo Pepper, labeled pre-post-postmodern art. When your music genre sounds like a time traveler's paradox, maybe it's time to admit you're just making noise with extra steps.
Trump tariffs face Supreme Court challenge as ex-Fed chiefs Bernanke and Yellen call them economic hallucinations. When even the ghost of recession's past tells you to rethink your strategy, maybe it's time to stop playing Monopoly with real economies and consult a Ouija board instead.
When the government advises you to start hoarding non-perishables, like a doomsday prepper,
Only 20% of people know visceral fat impacts carotid atherosclerosis, yet Big Food calls it a balanced diet. Turns out the real villain in our body's soap opera is fat with a vendetta, lurking like a cholesterol-laden spy in our organs.
Inflation reaches highest since January as beef prices skyrocket. If your paycheck feels like it's shrinking, remember, it's not magic, it's just the economy making your grocery bill disappear faster than your savings.
EU leaders defer on using frozen Russian assets to aid Ukraine, citing Belgian hesitation. When diplomacy is a game of freeze tag, Ukraine's financial lifeline remains stuck in the deep freeze, along with Russian oligarchs' yachts.
Seoul Asylum's runaway train found 21 missing kids, but MTV still gave more airtime to boy bands. In true 90s style, rock music did more for missing children than 1,000 true crime podcasts ever could. Who knew nostalgia had a heart?
Oil prices spike, Treasury yields rise, and inflation fears loom over Federal Reserve rate cuts.
AG Pam Bondi targets Nancy Pelosi, deems accountability threat. When holding lawbreakers accountable becomes controversial, you know the rulebook's been replaced by a choose-your-own-adventure where justice is the villain.
Taylor Swift releases 12th album, The Life of a Showgirl, and non-fans are still pressed about her bank account. For a non-superfan, reviewing all 12 albums is like a marathon of emotional whiplash, but hey, at least you'll have a PhD in breakup songs by the end.
Pentagon unveils Trumpified press corps, promises unbiased reporting. When the foxes start guarding the henhouse, you can bet the news will be fair and balanced, like a seesaw with an elephant on one end.
Trump press secretary praises him, then ballroom scandal escalates. When vanity projects demand taxpayer cash, expect the decor to include diamond chandeliers and the irony of public-funded opulence.
Russian warship anchors near Baltic corridor. NATO calls it a friendly visit. Nothing says peace and friendship like a battleship parked in your backyard. Because who doesn't love a little neighborly intimidation with their morning coffee?
When a corporation's profits double, it's like a magic trick where the only thing disappearing is the community's cut.
Trump likely names White House ballroom after himself, because subtlety is for losers. After all, what's a legacy if not your name plastered on every gilded surface like a Vegas hotel? Just remember, history's greatest hits usually aren't vanity projects.
Trump slaps Canada with 10% tariffs over delayed ad removal. When diplomacy resembles a toddler's tantrum, expect economic retaliation to be as petty as it is punitive.
Admiral retires mysteriously amid secret war, and the military scrambles to plug the leadership black hole.
White House uses history site to demean Democrat presidents because rewriting reality is easier than governing. When your policies are as popular as a root canal, why not just edit the past? Orwell would be proud, but only because he warned us.
Real Madrid targets redemption against Barcelona after last season's 4 losses.
Sudan's fertile region sees food rotting amid famine while warlords feast on chaos. In the twisted theater of war, oranges rot while leaders gorge on power, and the people's suffering is the main course.
AMD entered CPU market with Intel 8D clone, sold M9D clone, sold M9080 for $700 despite 50-cent production cost. 50 years later and capitalism still hasn't figured out why people don't trust it, because who needs a 50-cent conscience when you've got a $700 payday?
Russian jets breach Lithuanian airspace and Moscow claims it's accidental. When borders are treated like suggestions, peace becomes a fleeting dream that politicians chase with empty promises and citizens pay for in sleepless nights.
Ah, yes, the old think of the children routine. Because when in doubt, marginalize those already fighting for a place in the world.
Trump decides to hold off on federal troops for San Francisco, and chaos remains. In a city where tech giants thrive and streets crumble, delaying intervention seems like a masterclass in ignoring both the problem and the solution.
Cocteau Twins release Head Over Heels, turning ethereal whispers into a sonic revolution, while mainstream music clings to its neon leg warmers. In a world of synthesizers and shoulder pads, the Cocteau Twins crafted soundscapes that made even the most fluorescent pop sound like elevator music.
Manchester United defeat Brighton 4-2, but fans still mourn their souls lost to the Glazer financial abyss. Even with 3 wins under their belt, the Red Devils remain trapped in the existential crisis of being a football club owned by corporate overlords who think passion is a spreadsheet function.
Only 3% of Spotify's catalog gets played regularly, and Astroverse Dimensions hopes to change that with a prog rock remix. In a world where algorithms decide our playlists, it's nice to see someone still believes in cosmic jams and musical rabbit holes.
Yuzo Aduba skates onto the ice at dusk, joining witches and bumblebees circling to the Addams Family theme. In a world where monsters glide effortlessly and real horrors lurk in headlines, sometimes the only escape is a spin on the ice where fiction feels safer than fact.
Trump calls Ontario's ad dirty playing, while his own playbooks got more dirt than a construction site. In the grand game of politics, calling the kettle black is a Trump specialty, especially when the commercial breaks longer than his attention span.
Connie Chung claims greed hijacks news, profit pressures erode truth across major networks. When truth becomes a commodity, and newsrooms chase clicks like junkies after their next fix, integrity ends up as collateral damage in the ratings war.
Portland leaders weaponize zoning laws against ICE, proving bureaucracy is the new battleground. When in doubt, drown your enemies in paperwork and red tape. Nothing says resistance like a well-placed zoning ordinance.
Only 32% of Russians see hope, and Putin calls it stability. When the glass is less than a third full, it's not optimism. It's an illusion that even the Kremlin's best magicians can't conjure into prosperity.
When the financial elite whistle past the graveyard, you can't help but wonder if they hear the skeletons rattling or just ignore the noise.
Only 1% of couples survive prank-happy in-laws, proving love isn't always laughter. When your future in-laws think pranks means emotional terrorism, it's time to invest in a good pair of running shoes, or maybe a new fiancé.
Ukrainian drone injures 5 in Moscow suburb, and the Kremlin calls it an act of desperation. When drones become the messengers of distress, it's a grim symphony playing out on the global stage. with innocent lives caught in the dissonant notes.
Scientists boost gene editing power but still can't cure complexity. When you play God with a toolkit of miracle growth, sometimes you end up with a garden that's still full of weeds.
Only 20% of children breathe clean air, and pollution's legacy is an invisible chain. It's a sad day when the air your mother breathes becomes your first toxic lesson in life with a side of autism spectrum disorder.
Trump pardons Binance founder, then calls it economic innovation. With the stroke of a pen, Trump turns the world's largest crypto exchange into a get-out-of-jail-free card. Who knew blockchain could double as a monopoly board?
It's like maxing out your credit card and claiming it's an investment strategy. Who knew debt could be the new American dream?
U.S. ranchers reject Argentina beef deal, fear domestic market collapse. When your homegrown steak gets replaced by imported sizzle, suddenly the land of the free feels a bit less home on the range.
Trump terminates U.S. trade talks with Canada over TV ad, blames fake news. In a plot twist nobody saw coming, Trump lets a TV commercial dictate international trade policy. Who knew Madison Avenue held the keys to diplomacy?
Network security devices fail with 1990s flaws. Critics question competence. When your cybersecurity sounds like a retro mixtape, it's time to wonder if the guardians of the gate are stuck in the dial-up era.
ICJ demands Israel open Gaza to aid groups. It's like telling a brick wall to soften up because hugs are coming through. Some barriers are stubborn, no matter the ruling.
Putin's plan to unwrap some fresh territory on his birthday got derailed. Maybe next year he should just stick to socks and ties.
FBI arrests NBA's Billups and Rozier, gambling probe exposes star power. When your playbook includes betting slips, the real game isn't on the court, it's in the shadows where the stakes are much higher.
Labour demands clarity on Tory deportation plans. Then Tories define clarity as cultural coherence. It's the political equivalent of saying, we're kicking you out for harmony's sake, like throwing a house party by locking out the guests.
Best webcams cost up to $200, promise to make your Zoom fatigue look high definition. Because nothing says progress like shelling out for a camera that reveals every pixel of your existential dread.
Decker's Outdoor Corp shares tumble after forecasting 2026 revenue below expectations, blaming tight consumer wallets. Turns out, even the promise of comfy feet can't outrun the reality of empty pockets. Maybe it's time for shoes that print money instead.
Astronomers spotlights building blocks in ice beyond our galaxy, shattering cosmic solitude. Turns out, even the universe can't keep its secrets forever, but don't expect any extraterrestrial housewarming parties just yet. space is still a cold, lonely place.
Trump fumes over Canadian trade policies, White House advisor claims, yet maple syrup exports remain deliciously untouched. The real tragedy here is that no one told him diplomacy is more than just a maple leaf staring contest.
Mamdani challenges Israeli policies, igniting debate, while fearmongers spin his criticism as a threat to Jewish safety. When did asking for humanity become scarier than the status quo's silence?
Istanbul's porters haul massive sacks, defying modernity's push to automate. While the world races towards AI-driven efficiency, these human mules quietly shoulder tradition, proving that some jobs are too heavy for robots to carry.
Sanders packs 30,000-seater stadiums, and Trump calls it fake news. When the uncle you avoid at Thanksgiving becomes president, suddenly the family black sheep looks like a shepherd.
When your business model hinges on not burning down the state, maybe it's time to rethink the whole power thing.
Tim Burton resurrects Corpse Bride, promises dark pop revival but delivers nostalgia. Reanimating a classic with the same bones. It's like trying to resurrect your childhood dreams, only to find they're still 6 feet under.
When the mighty Reds are more like the dead fish on a Monday morning, it's time to rethink that "you'll never walk alone" mantra.
Karine Jean-Pierre blasts Caroline Levitt. When the press secretary turns into a troll, it's like handing the cat the keys to the fishbowl. Chaos, confusion, and a lot of wet fur.
When the world's biggest military needs a handout, it's like watching a billionaire beg for spare change on the street corner.
Robert Malley criticizes U.S. double standards on Israel, and the State Department calls it nuanced diplomacy. When a former diplomat points out the obvious, and everyone's still playing chess with the truth, it's not nuance, it's a masquerade.
Greece plans to produce over 1,000 military drones in a year, citing peacekeeping. Because nothing says keeping the peace like 1,000 new airborne spies ready to pounce. Who knew peace needed so much surveillance?
Only 52% of California voters support Newsom's redistricting plan, and the governor calls it overwhelming. When a political map looks more like abstract art, you know democracy's taken a detour through Salvador Dali's sketchbook.
Trump claims he'd donate $230 million Justice Department grift to charity, then vanishes. Promises of charity from someone who collects lawsuits like baseball cards are as believable as a diet soda curing diabetes.
Prostate cancer drug halves death risk. yet postcode lottery may deny access in England. A miracle in a pill, unless you live in the wrong neighbourhood. Looks like your health might still depend on your address, not your need.
China's coastal cities sink while seas rise at record speed. When your skyscrapers start looking like submarines, maybe it's time to rethink those coastal investments before you need a snorkel to reach the boardroom.
FBI releases new video of pipe bomb suspect. $500,000 reward offered for information. When your best lead is a grainy video and a cash bribe, maybe it's time to upgrade from 90s detective shows to 21st century policing.
Hispanic support for Trump nosedives to 28%, yet the administration calls it a cultural misunderstanding. Looks like the only wall being built is between Trump and the communities he claims to champion. Maybe next term he'll try listening.
Stephen Miller tags Robert De Niro as sad, bitter, broken, then wonders why nobody wants him at parties. When a former White House advisor resorts to playground insults, it's clear his verbal arsenal is as empty as his empathy tank.
Russian drone strike kills 2 Ukrainian journalists, while Kremlin calls it strategic defense. When your truth is more dangerous than a missile, journalism becomes the front line. Perhaps Putin needs a new dictionary definition of defense.
Surgeons extract magnets from New Zealand teens' intestines, achieving what his parents couldn't, removing the attraction to bad decisions. When your insides become a magnetic field trip, maybe it's time to stick to safer hobbies, like collecting stamps, or, I don't know, not ingesting kitchen supplies.
Inflation rate hits 3% lower than expected, CPI report shows. When the cost of living rises slower than anticipated, it's like finding a sale on a spare. So overpriced, but at least you don't need a loan to feel hopeless.
President Miley, Trump ally, braces for midterm defeat, despite promising a libertarian tango for all. When your dance partner is a political wrecking ball, don't be surprised if the dance floor collapses under your cha-cha-che of chaos.
City critic Mike Mayo condemns CEO's multi-million bonus, claiming it's a premature reward for a job half-baked. In the world of high finance, it seems the only thing that matures prematurely is the CEO's bonus, while accountability remains in perpetual infancy.
Moldovan folk musician plays in Luordny Station, echoes tradition. When melodies from the past meet the present, nostalgia becomes a train that never quite reaches its destination, leaving us stranded between longing and reality.
Inter Milan fans hurl racial slurs at player post-stadium closure, yet face no repercussions from Lega Serie A. Because when it comes to fighting racism, soccer authorities are as effective as an inflatable dartboard, full of air and utterly useless.
Jackson Ray drops new single What I Want, a catchy tune that demands nothing but your attention. Because when your career's stuck in the mud, a 3-chord wonder is the perfect way to spin your wheels.
Anthony Aguilar resigns after witnessing Gaza horrors.
When humanitarian aid needs armed escorts, maybe it's time to redefine what help looks like. Aguilar's conscience might be the real hero here.
Dubai's stock market surges, analysts predict a bubble. In the land of sand and skyscrapers, optimism inflates faster than a hot air balloon, leaving investors wondering if the ground is as solid as it seems.
Scientists discover quantum trick in two-dimensional materials, but your Wi-Fi still hates you. While electrons and light are cozying up in their new micro-homes, your internet connection remains a digital ghost in the machine.
Russian drones target Kyiv, kill 3, wound dozens. In the grim dance of war, lives become statistics and shelters become homes, while leaders play the same old broken record of outrage and resolve.
Bank teller grills customer withdrawing cash, and Big Brother now moonlights as a financial advisor. When banks ask if your cash is for fun, it's less a conversation and more a reminder that privacy is just a nostalgic notion.
Social Security penalizes work after claiming benefits, calls it fair. In the land of the free, earning your keep can cost you, because nothing says retirement security like penalizing those who dare to keep contributing.
Reliance Industries pledges to follow sanctions, yet keeps buying from the sanctioned. It's like promising to diet while eyeing the dessert cart. Compliance in theory, indulgence in practice.
When the munchies become a criminal offense, it's clear our tech overlords need a snake break.
Kamala Harris hints at 2028 campaign, proving ambition doesn't retire. With the political stage a circus, she's ready to juggle flaming batons while the current ringmaster's still stumbling over his own feet.
CyberXX sells secrets to Russia, claims lavish lifestyle research. Apparently, luxury yachts and private jets are just tools of the trade for espionage, because nothing aids national security like a 5-star espionage operation.
Diddy claims knife attack in prison, proving even behind bars, drama doesn't take a day off. In a world where reality is a horror film, the hip-hop mogul finds himself in a jailhouse thriller, Sans soundtrack.
Canada ad-mocks Trump's insecurity. He calls it disrespectful. When a maple leaf turns into a mirror, even the most powerful can't handle the reflection. Maybe it's time to embrace the syrupy truth, not just the spin.
Miami Heat's Rozier and Blazers coach Billups arrested, because apparently the house always wins except in the NBA. Gambling scandals. The new courtside drama where the players might just be playing a different game altogether.
U.S. inflation report delayed, Fed day decisions teeter on edge. Because nothing screams economic stability like last-minute decisions based on rushed data, ensuring we all ride the roller coaster of fiscal policy blindfolded.
MTV airs 30 seasons of The Real World, calls it groundbreaking. Reality TV, where authenticity is scripted, drama is manufactured, and the only real thing is the cash flow. Who knew truth had a camera crew?
Spellroron raises $400,000 for the Midwest Princess Project. Because who needs a fairy godmother when you've got a rock star? In a world of corporate rainbows, Spellroron's genuine support for trans youth and LGBTQ communities is the kind of magic we need.
Mysterious donor gifts military $130 million, strings attached. Because who needs transparent governance when you can have shadowy benefactors pulling strings behind the scenes like a puppet master with a military fetish?
Mamdani shifts New York City's stance on Israel and the Middle East, while Giuliani's ghost still haunts the mayoral mansion. As NYC's political compass turns, Giuliani's expulsion of Yasser Arafat feels like a relic from an era where nuance was a foreign policy.
Federal workers miss first full paycheck and Congress calls it necessary. The shutdown, a masterclass in political theatre where only the stagehands suffer. Meanwhile, the actors keep their paychecks and their poker faces.
These glasses promise the future of sci-fi tech, but it feels more like a Fallout game where the bosses get the nukes and workers get the goggles.
Microsoft ports Halo to PlayStation, calls it Unity. Because nothing says we're all in this together like sharing your flagship game with the console you've been battling since the early 2000s.
US deploys aircraft carrier to Latin America, escalating military presence in a region they once called their backyard. Because nothing says good neighbor like parking a floating fortress next door, just in case diplomacy decides to take a vacation.
Microsoft revamps Outlook with AI overhaul, promises productivity while tracking every keystroke. In the age of AI, Outlook's new leadership ensures your emails will be read by both your boss and the algorithm. Privacy is so last decade.
When your financial strategy involves precise decimal points, you know you're just rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic while claiming everything's shipshape.
White House halts next month's inflation data release because who needs economic transparency when you can have a surprise party? It's like blindfolding the nation and saying, "Trust us, the piñata is full of candy," as the candy mysteriously disappears.
UK Commons demands rent details on Prince Andrew's mansion because royalty means never having to pay rent. As the pack pokes into the prince's rent-free life, the monarchy's motto remains, "Let them eat cake while we live rent-free."
Only 20% of people floss daily, but exercise and omega-3s might save their lazy gums. Who knew that jogging in fish oil could be the new toothbrush, while the dentist's advice gathers dust like a forgotten treadmill?
Sports leagues tout AI to monitor gambling, yet scandals persist. If algorithms were truly foolproof, they'd have caught the real gamble, trusting that profit-driven leagues are sincerely invested in clean play and fair bets.
Only 30% of content creators use AI tools, while the rest pretend it's still 2015.
Sending $1 billion boat to chase drug lords feels like bringing a bazooka to a pillow fight. Expensive, loud, and ultimately ineffective.
Trump administration extends government shutdown another month, proving once again that dysfunction is the new normal. While the government stays closed, the only thing working overtime is the blame game, which now has its own dedicated office hours.
Markets celebrate 3% inflation drop, but wages stagnate. Apparently, the only thing trickling down is the champagne at Wall Street parties, while Main Street waits for even a drop of relief.
Prince Andrew maintains lavish lifestyle despite no apparent income, calls it financial acrobatics. When your finances resemble a magic trick, poof, here's a mansion. It's a wonder the royal family hasn't opened a Vegas show.
Mining giants face rent tax demand, profits in jeopardy. Suddenly, the only thing deeper than the mines is the irony of billionaires claiming poverty while sitting on mountains of minerals.
Storm Melissa becomes hurricane, threatens catastrophic flooding in Caribbean, and the weatherman calls it a splashy headline. When Mother Nature decides to play water polo with entire islands, it's less about who wins and more about who swims.
Trump turns DOJ into personal hit squad, and justice now comes with a side of executive privilege. With the East Wing doubling as a demolition derby, legal integrity is just another casualty on the presidential wrecking ball tour.
India's top court demanded removal of Delhi's stray dogs, but now there are more barking than ever. When you try to evict the city's furry freeloaders, you might just find out they've been running the place all along.
Trump halts Canada trade, talks over Reagan ad, anger flares. Imagine being so thin-skinned that a ghostly Ronald Reagan can derail international trade. It's like being haunted by your own insecurities.
Cuomo dismisses terror cheerleading claim, then pivots to vague political hand-waving. When a radio host's outrageous suggestion gets a shrug, it's a masterclass in dodging responsibility with a side of political tap dance.
Met police plead for fugitive sex offender to surrender, as if criminals respond to polite invitations.
Queasy Peasy releases Misery at 2 a.m. solves no one's insomnia. When your band name sounds like a stomach bug, it's no wonder the music's a cure for sleep, by way of sheer exhaustion.
US skips usual lies, pushes regime change in Venezuela, no pretense. When you don't even bother with the usual smoke and mirrors, it's like admitting your magic show was always just a cheap trick.
Only 23% of Hispanic voters approve of Trump, and his team calls it progress. When your approval rating's lower than a limbo bar, it's time to rethink the dance moves.
Modest Tyler releases Planets but calls it alternative hip-hop. When your music genre needs a disclaimer, maybe the real alternative is just to admit you're making it up as you go along.
Research shows AI models fed on social media dribble lose cognitive abilities, yet tech giants call it innovation. When your brain's diet is cat memes and clickbait, don't be surprised if it starts purring nonsense.
EU leaders failed to agree on using frozen Russian assets for Ukraine as Belgium blocks, calling it a principled stand. When principles mean keeping billions on ice while Ukraine burns, maybe it's time to redefine solidarity.
House Republicans aim to revoke Zoran Mamdani's citizenship over form errors while ignoring actual governance issues. When paperwork mistakes become deportation worthy, it's less about justice and more about political theatre with a side of xenophobic flair.
From Jefferson's ideals to today's political theater, the only thing more historic than these walls is the spin that coats them. Barron unveils database and documentary on Bosnia's wartime missing children, calls it a tribute to the lost. Because nothing says we care like a digital list of the disappeared, decades after the fact.
Federal Reserve accelerates portfolio reduction as markets signal danger, yet interest rate cuts remain on the table. When the Fed plays a high-stakes game of Jenga with $6.6 trillion, it's the rest of us who get to watch the tower wobble.
Starmer pledges to remove Russian oil and gas, as if the world can run on promises and political hot air alone. Because nothing screams energy independence like a good old-fashioned game of geopolitical whack-a-mole.
Fujitsu installs Blu-ray drives in laptops and says people want them. In a world streaming everything, it's comforting to see a company still betting on nostalgia, or maybe just clearing out the old stockroom.
Only 40% of black voters plan to participate in New Jersey's election, and Democrats call it a wake-up call. When your party's strategy relies on last-minute panic rather than genuine engagement, maybe it's time to rethink the playbook.
Trump thanks Darth Vader during speech, as if the empire could solve a government shutdown with a Death Star stimulus package. When reality's script flips into sci-fi, maybe we're all just extras in a blockbuster dystopia.
Dinosaurs thrived until asteroid hit, proving even apex predators can't dodge cosmic curveballs when the universe decides it's time for a reset.
Extinction level events, Mother Nature's way of reminding us who's really in charge, no matter how big or mighty you think you are.
SpaceX disables 2,000 Starlink devices in Myanmar, claiming they're fighting scams. When tech giants play whack-a-mole with fraud, you know the internet's as tangled as a cat in yarn.
Anthropic secures Google Cloud deal with 1 million TPUs, promises 1 gigawatt capacity by 26. Because nothing says future-proofing like a tech arms race to see who can burn through the planet's resources the fastest.
Hurricane Melissa threatens Jamaica with history's wrath, as officials brace for a storm more powerful than a politician's ego on election day. When Mother Nature decides to throw a tantrum, even the best laid plans of mice and meteorologists are just so much wet paper.
When your condiment packs more punch than a mafia hit, it's time to question your spice rack's loyalties.
Kremlin frets over Promethean threat as ideas from pre-war Poland spread faster than a conspiracy theory on social media. When even old ideologies get under Putin's skin, you know the Kremlin's self-esteem is as fragile as a dictator's promises.
Bonds face tipping point when inflation data finally arrives hotter than forecast. Apparently, nothing rattles the financial world more than the realization that printing money might actually have consequences.
Trump halts trade talks with Canada over Ontario ad, proving diplomacy's just a reality show. When an ad can derail international trade, it's clear someone skipped the chapter on negotiation in the art of the deal.
Steve Bannon plots Trump 2028 as if 4 more years of chaos isn't enough to make the universe weep. Apparently, in Bannon's world, democracy is just a recurring nightmare, and elections are the sequel nobody asked for.
FBI arrests NBA players over illegal gambling, then claims justice served. When million-dollar athletes bet on more than their game, it's like watching a bad soap opera where the plot twist is always predictable greed.
DNB CEO endorses regulator oversight of private credit because apparently growth without surveillance is like a party without a chaperone. In the financial world, freedom is just another word for let's make sure someone else is watching over your shoulder.
Sometimes the universe writes a plot twist so dark even the tabloids flinch.
Bundesbank demands EU prepare to retaliate against China, hopes for peace through saber rattling. Because nothing says we want harmony quite like gearing up for a trade war while whistling a tune of economic brinkmanship.
Trump considers meeting Kim Jong-un, but nothing's scheduled yet. Diplomacy by whimsy, where a handshake is as elusive as a coherent foreign policy, and promises are as solid as a mirage in the desert.
Only 50% of experts agree AI will extend human lifespan, while the other half fear an early checkout. In the quest for immortality, it seems we're just as likely to program our way into an early grave with a side of existential dread.
BNP Paribas shares falter amid Sudan scandal hailed as a minor setback by corporate spin doctors. The classic tale. Multinational meets human rights abuses, investors panic, and the PR team calls it a speed bump on the road to ethical oblivion.
Only 12% of asylum seekers get deported for minor offenses, yet Nelson Cardbo faces expulsion after surviving a child soldier nightmare. America, where you can escape a war zone only to find the real battle is with bureaucracy. Welcome to the land of second chances. Terms and conditions apply.
DC man detained for playing Star Wars song at National Guard. Apparently, the Imperial March is too on the nose for those who fancy themselves defenders of democracy, proving irony is a force not strong with them.
S&P 500 surpasses 6,800 points, even as average folks still can't afford eggs. The stock market, where the rich celebrate paper gains while the rest of us wonder if we can afford to keep the lights on.
When your country's survival is on the line, nothing says solidarity like a well-timed handshake and a round of diplomatic niceties.
Nigeria swaps out top security brass just after denying coup whispers. When your country's leadership is playing musical chairs with security officials, it's less about safety and more about who gets the last seat when the music stops.
US deploys world's largest warship towards Caribbean, calls it peacekeeping. When your idea of peace involves a floating fortress, it might be time to reevaluate what you're keeping in that peace.
When the stock market's doing a happy dance over soft inflation, it's like celebrating a diet.
Somehow, the streaming giant has mastered the art of suspense through sheer narrative emptiness, because who needs a plot when you can have Kristen Bell and Adam Brody just existing?
North Carolina GOP pushes redistricting, risks electoral own goal, warns Republican. Gerrymandering's like playing Jenga with democracy. Pull the wrong block and watch your tower of power crash spectacularly.
Think tank proposes $12 billion boost by freezing income tax thresholds. Calls it innovative.
Russia declares peace deal near spike ceasefire, ramps up assaults. In the Kremlin dictionary, peace seems to mean more explosions, less talking, and irony as thick as Siberian snow in July.
Zion's Bancorp stock plummets despite solid financials, exposing Wall Street's love affair with panic over precision. In the theater of finance, fear trumps facts, and the market's melodrama would rather spotlight a tumble than a triumph.
French court hands woman whole life sentence, a rarity for murder of schoolgirl Lola Debiette. When justice doles out a forever verdict, it's a reminder that some crimes demand more than a slap on the wrist and a stern look.
Researchers uncover passive neural killings via neoretic and neural exosome malware. Label it groundbreaking. It's like finding a wolf in sheep's clothing and calling it a petting zoo. Now we watch as the dependency cries from the side star.
Iran labels Trump as Hitler, and irony promptly faints from exhaustion.
When political potshots become historical comparisons, it's a sign we've exhausted the thesaurus of insults and are now scraping the bottom of the hyperbole barrel.
Office perk turns into a nightmare, proving once again that free snacks and forced fun can't sugarcoat workplace woes. When perks become pitfalls, it's just corporate lipstick on the pig of office life, proving that sometimes less is truly more.
U.S. heavy hitters rotate to supervise Netanyahu, term it Bibi-sitting. It's like babysitting a neighbor's unruly child. Everyone knows it's a disaster waiting to happen, but no one wants to admit they lost control.
DOJ dispatches election monitors to New Jersey and California, claiming democracy needs a babysitter. When the Department of Justice starts playing nanny to state elections, it's a clear sign that trust in democracy is about as robust as a house of cards in a hurricane.
TV quiz show 21 cheats viewers, yet ratings soared, proving once more that deceit is the ultimate crowd pleaser in the entertainment industry. When cheating boosts ratings, it's a testament to the audience's love for drama over integrity, as long as the popcorn keeps popping.
Letitia James pleads not guilty in Virginia mortgage fraud case, but irony pleads guilty. When the state's top prosecutor finds herself tangled in a fraud case, it feels like a plot twist straight out of a daytime soap opera, one where justice is the reluctant anti-hero.
They promise the future while still buffering the present. It's like selling a flying car that can barely taxi down a runway.
Mikhaila drops Digital Demon Raga, promises revolution, but delivers the same old electronic beats.
Trump fumes over Ontario's anti-tariff ad, calls it an attack. His presidency is like a soap opera where the villain never reads the script, always surprised by the plot twists.
Trump praises Qatar for Middle East peace efforts, despite ongoing conflict and the Gaza plan being more elusive than unicorns in Central Park. By peace, he means the kind that's perpetually pending, like a never-ending software update promising world harmony, but delivering buffering instead.
Trump's friend donates $130 million for military pay, then expects a thank you note in policy form. When the rich start playing Santa Claus with defense budgets, only 10% of indie bands reach mainstream success, and the Faint calls it an unseen hand. When the music industry plays hide and seek with talent, it's always the artists who end up counting to infinity.
Ace Frehley vows to rock until the wheels fall off, defying age. In a world where authenticity is a rare commodity, he wore his spirit like a leather jacket, never out of style, never zipped up.
Only 12% of Plea TV's catalog are true gems, and executives call it a treasure trove. When your treasure hunt yields more fool's gold than Oscars, maybe it's time to get a better map.
British tourist falls 20 feet to death from Lanzarote hotel balcony, but the hotel name remains a tightly held secret. In the grand tradition of accountability, it seems mystery is the new safety measure. Who knew transparency could take such a dramatic plunge?
Ukrainian paratroopers capture 50 Russian troops, then rescue trapped civilians in a daring donated raid.
Director Chris Stuckman hit financial rock bottom. Neon bails him out.
Trump jets to Asia for trade talks, but the looming tensions are more stubborn than his hair in a windstorm.
Zelensky meets Starmer at Downing Street, seeks support from coalition of willing for Ukrainian defense. When a coalition of the willing is needed for basic defense, it's like asking the cool kids for a lunch invite while bombs drop.
Essie drops space disorder and claims it's a cosmic vibe revolution. In the galaxy of music releases, everything claims to be out of this world, but most are stuck in Earth's orbit of mediocrity and repetition.
Versant Media Group raises $2 billion, claims it's for a smooth Comcast spin-off. When you need billions to smoothly detach from a corporate parent, it's like using a wrecking ball for a paper cut.
Trump halts San Francisco deployment after protests, proving that sometimes even the loudest egos can be drowned out by a chorus of dissent. It's a rare moment when the sound of democracy drowns out the roar of authority, reminding us that the people can still make the powerful retreat.
Only 5% of Gen Z knows the Crystal Method, and TikTok calls it a revival.
Trump raises Canada tariff by 10%, calls it a win. When tariffs rise,
UK authorities release jailed asylum seeker by mistake.
Sid Davis covered JFK's assassination, now joins history's ink-stained pages. From the Zapruder film to the final full stop, he witnessed power's raw edge and left us questioning who's writing tomorrow's story.
When superpowers play sanctioned games, the world watches as global energy chess turns into a pawn sacrifice, leaving consumers to pick up the check.
North Korea steals billions in cryptocurrency, bankrolls nuclear ambitions. It's the ultimate heist film. Pyongyang's hackers in the starring role, with crypto exchanges and tech firms as the clueless extras financing the next act of global tension.
The administration's gutting of democratic norms now has a visual aid, a wrecking ball where a beacon once stood, the new American dream. Tear it down and call it progress.
Hydro CEO claims hope for North America extrusion demand despite earnings miss. Corporate optimism is the new currency when profits slip. It's like painting a gold finish on a sinking ship and calling it a yacht.
Justice, in its infinite wisdom, apparently believes finger wagging is enough to
deter repeat offenders, because why learn from past failures when you can just repeat them?
South Africa and Nigeria exit crime watch list celebrate with irony.
Graduating from the watch list doesn't erase the past, but it does mean they've polished their image just enough to slip through the cracks of global scrutiny.
Colorado woman found guilty of voter fraud casting ballots for deceased family. Voting from beyond the grave is a new twist on family voting blocks. Even the afterlife couldn't resist the pull of civic duty, apparently.
In a world where star power trumps performance, Curry's heroics remind us that the NBA is more about charisma than sheer numbers.
Trump and Xi claim meeting tech stocks saw solving absolutely nothing about the underlying trade war tensions. Because nothing says we've got it under control, quite like two superpowers playing a high-stakes game of chicken with the global economy at the prize.
Lebanese government confirms maritime border with Cyprus, claims it's a diplomatic masterpiece. In the grand theatre of geopolitics, proving borders is like a magic trick. Everyone claps, but no one knows if it's real.
Bridesmaid dresses now cost over $300 and friendships are strained. Who knew supporting love could bankrupt you faster than a Vegas wedding? At this rate, bridesmaids will need a GoFundMe just to attend the bachelorette party.
BlackRock and Veritas consult advisors amid RSA security debt talks, yet the financial circus continues. When even the titans need advice, it's like asking a fox how to guard the henhouse. Everyone's in for a feast, except the hens.
NYAG James pleads not guilty to bank fraud charges, vows to keep fighting for justice despite the irony. Because nothing screams justice warrior like battling financial crime charges while promising to uphold the very laws you're accused of breaking.
Early voting kicks off an NYC mayor's race with Mamdani leading, but democracy is still a spectator sport for most. If voting were an Olympic event, most would still be warming the bench, watching the race, but rarely running it.
Tech giant threatens to disable tracking transparency in Europe amidst legal challenges. Privacy is such a burden when profit's at stake, isn't it? Guess the real transparency is in how little they care about your digital footprint.
Katy Perry releases Wide Awake, More Awake version in rock metal because nothing says enlightenment like a guitar solo. When spiritual awakening meets heavy metal, it's like finding nirvana in a mosh pit, transcendence with a side of tinnitus.
US sanctions Colombian president for not stopping cartels, while the DEA celebrates its latest shipment of irony. Sanctioning a president for failing to stop cartels is like blaming a fish for swimming in polluted waters. Maybe start with cleaning the pond.
South Florida laments Canadian tourism drop blames lack of maple syrup flavored sunblock. Turns out Canadians prefer their winters cold and their vacations even colder. Who knew sunburns weren't part of their snowbird migration plan?
US executes 10th lethal boat strike amidst intensified bombing campaign. When every strike is a drop in the ocean of collateral damage, the real narcotic is the addiction to military might.
YouTube bans I Will Be Heard video, claims it's too loud for quiet quitting. Apparently, the only thing scarier than a metalcore anthem is the idea of workers actually demanding to be heard. Corporate nightmares and power chords.
after himself, redefining humility with a gold-plated mirror. Nothing says selfless leader like immortalizing your own name in a room designed for waltzing around reality. Keep dancing, America.
Trump's DoD awards massive contract to company linked to his son, raising eyebrows. When nepotism masquerades as capitalism, every deal is just a family affair, and the taxpayers are left footing the bill for the family reunion.
Brazil's corn ethanol boom crashes sugar prices, and sweet tooths everywhere thank climate change. Turns out, the real sugar high is watching Big Ag scramble to monetize corn while sugar gets sidelined, proving once again that the only thing sweeter than sugar is profit.
The East Wing, once a hub of First Lady activism, now joins the list of things Trump has bulldozed, like norms, decency, and coherent interior design.
East Timor joins ASEAN, marking its first expansion since the 1990s. When a club finally opens its doors after decades, you have to wonder if they remembered to dust off the welcome mat or just the old rules.
Only 20% of companies secure AI SOC platforms properly, and CEOs call it innovation. When innovation means leaving the back door wide open, it's a wonder we aren't all just handing our data to the nearest hacker in a gift-wrapped box.
While researchers hope to tune into the universe's greatest hits, dark matter remains the ultimate indie band, legendary, influential, but never actually seen live.
Trump increases Canada's tariffs by 10% over Reagan's ad, proving irony is the real trade deficit. In a move that screams, I never read the subtitles. Trump manages to start a trade war by quoting the guy who warned against them.
WW1 letter describes shells, gas, and Halloween in France. When your Halloween includes dodging artillery, it makes you wonder if the real horror is on the battlefield or just the spooky costumes waiting back home.
Bernie Sanders accuses AI PAC of oligarchy, then Congress debates the definition. When democracy's just a word we throw around like confetti, maybe it's time to stop pretending the party isn't run by the guys with the biggest wallets.
When your neighbor's fighter jets drop by uninvited, it's less friendly visit, more awkward geopolitical blunder.
Drew Barrymore calls rehab at 14 the best thing that ever happened. When your teenage years include rehab, maybe it's not the best but the least worst option, like choosing between a rock and a hard place, but with more therapy.
MAGA site charges to unmask Charlie Kirk critics, then disappears faster than ethical integrity at a lobbyist convention. In the digital Wild West, it seems the only thing more elusive than accountability is a website that takes your money and runs.
Trump halts Canada trade talks over ad, then stocks barely flinch. When your economy's held hostage by a thin-skinned egomaniac, maybe it's time to invest in a thicker skin or a new trading partner.
Only 20% of Norwegian landscapes are untouched by humans, and the tourism board calls it pristine. In a world where selfie sticks are more common than reindeer, the only thing truly untouched is the irony.
Venezuela plans to strip opposition leaders' citizenship, claiming patriotism. When your political strategy includes exiling opponents, it's less about love for country and more about fear of competition, like playing chess with only one king.
Australian Strategic Materials Limited promises a U.S. plant location by year-end, capitalizing on Trump's rare earth support while tensions with China simmer. In the race for rare earths, it's more about rare truth, when political backing is as stable as a sandcastle in a storm.
Trump raises Canada tariffs 10% over ad, then calls Reagan fake. When an actor from the grave schools on economics and your only comeback is a tax hike, it's time to rethink the script.
Democrats tout inclusivity, then sideline working-class candidates like Graham Plattner, while donors chase the elusive Trump-swayed voters. The big tent seems more like a circus tent, plenty of room for clowns, but not enough for the ringmasters of real change.
China demands German firms' secrets for rare earth exports approval. When trade becomes a hostage negotiation, you have to wonder if the rare in rare earth refers to the minerals or the ethics involved.
Only 20% of diet lovers embrace exercise, and scientists call it a breakthrough. In a world where fries and pies are the siren call, sweating it out might just be the rebellious act that saves your soul and your serotonin.
Thailand mourns as Queen Mother Sirikit dies at 93, yet her legacy defies the ceremonial silence of an unplayed royal anthem. In a world obsessed with youth,
Prince Andrew negotiates exit from 30-room Royal Lodge residence. When you're a royal with a shrinking kingdom, downsizing is less about square footage and more about dodging the spotlight that never dims.
When the House turns into a high-stakes game of hide-and-seek with the Epstein files, democracy's promise starts to feel like a punchline no one asked for.
Trump reverses stance on furloughed voters, daring backlash from seniors who still wield their voter cards like swords of democracy. Won't even the king of bravado tiptoes around seniors. You know the bingo halls have more power than the boardroom.
Ontario plans to scrap rent control and indefinite leases, and Ford calls it a solution for housing affordability. When rent becomes a luxury and leases vanish, it's clear Ford's housing policy is a game of Monopoly with real lives.
Democratic Republic of Congo opens half its land to oil and gas bids, calls it economic growth. When conservation takes a backseat to fossil fuel fantasies, even the gorillas know the jungle's real king isn't natural selection, it's corporate greed dressed as progress.
Trump approves disaster aid for red states, blue ones ignored. When catastrophe becomes a partisan game, disaster relief turns into a loyalty test, leaving half the country wondering if their votes matter more than their lives.
NBA faces scandal as gambling charges hit coach Billups, yet league blames rogue actors. The NBA's house of cards collapses when players play by the league's own unspoken rules, a jackpot of hypocrisy.
Russian opposition faces 5 probing questions, yet Kremlin remains the master of dodging answers. When the opposition is grilled while the ones in power bask in the shadows, it's like asking the sheep about the wolf's dinner plans.
Amazon Web Services outage disrupts millions, but Jeff Bezos still counts his billions. When your cloud empire crumbles like a digital house of cards, maybe it's time to stop floating on dreams and start grounding in reality.
Spanberger leads by 9 points over Earl Sears in Virginia poll. When a poll becomes the barometer of hope, voters cling to numbers, like lifeboats, praying they won't be capsized by the next wave of disillusionment.
European Union fines Meta 20 billion euros, insists it's for public health. When social media giants are treated like the nicotine cartel, maybe it's time for Zuckerberg to stop puffing up and start patching up.
Economists promise endless growth, then markets crash again. The fantasy of perpetual prosperity is like a Ponzi scheme with a better PR team, where the only real winners are those selling the dream.
Qualitas Energy raises 3.25 billion euros, calls it a climate crusade. When the green revolution is sponsored by venture capitalists, the only thing renewable might be their appetite for profit margins.
NHS urged to offer exercise to cancer patients, promising savings while ignoring funding for actual treatments. When a job replaces chemotherapy and a yoga mat becomes a hospital bed, you know the budget's done a runner.
Trump's promises are like a bad penny, showing up just in time to distract from the fact that jobs aren't returning anytime soon.
Trading in a legacy of pearls and power suits for progressive policies and rainbow flags, because why not jazz up the same old dance?
Trump unveils White House ballroom funded by donors because democracy's just another word for who's got the fattest checkbook. When the dance floor is paved with donor dollars, the real waltz is between power and privilege, not the guests.
Trump declares boat strikes legal with "we're just gonna kill people," turning international waters into a no-rules battleground. When diplomacy sinks beneath the waves, all that's left is a captain steering the ship of state with a cannonball compass.
Napoleon's soldiers succumbed to diseases, then history repeats. Turns out, even in the 19th century, the real enemy wasn't just the freezing Russian winter. It was the microscopic invaders that weren't on anyone's battle plans.
Ofcom allows GB News to ignore accuracy rules, while climate campaigners claim enforced veganism is a ghost story for steak lovers.
Mayor Adams wipes out $135 million in medical debt, calling it a healthcare miracle, while hospitals still charge a fortune for Band-Aids. It's a nice gesture, like giving a life raft to one person, while the rest are still drowning in the ocean of medical banks.
Macron vows more weapons for Ukraine, while French citizens wonder if baguettes now come with a side of international conflict. When a military aid package sounds like a shopping list, it's clear diplomacy is the last thing on the menu.
Supreme Court considers Ken Davis case, then questions freedom. If the justices decide to revisit marriage equality, it could unravel years of progress, proving once again that some rights are always up for debate when they shouldn't be.
Macron promises Ukraine more military aid, while Parisians wonder if Eiffel Tower's next light show will be in camouflage. When leaders treat arms deals like a fashion statement, it's a wonder the runway isn't lined with peace treaties.
Scott Motors injects $300 million into hybrid cars, yet climate change remains unimpressed by corporate greenwashing. Investing in hybrids is like bringing a squirt gun to a wildfire, but hey, at least it makes the investors feel better.
Apple ships Texas-made AI servers, calls it innovation, while everyone else calls it a desperate bid to wrap tech in the stars and stripes.
Chinese state buyers retreat from Russian oil under pressure. When the world's most populous nation hesitates, you know sanctions have bite, reminding us that even powerful alliances are fragile when money's on the line.
European stocks hit record highs, yet the cost of living remains a steep climb for most. Stock market optimism is like a mirage in a desert, looks promising until you realize it's just hot air and wishful thinking.
Estonia profits from Russian threat, selling defense tech like a lemonade stand at a heat wave, while NATO smiles politely and looks the other way. Turning geopolitical fear into a cottage industry, Estonia's new national sport. Hey, if life gives you vodka-soaked lemons, make ballistic lemonade.
Medicaid cuts threaten rural South where it's a lifeline. As the safety net phrase, communities face the grim reality that political gamesmanship often trumps human dignity, leaving the most vulnerable to pay the price.
Montreal Impact signs Brock Gillard, a 20-year-old defender, while Vancouver Whitecaps wave goodbye to De Jong like a soap opera breakup. Canadian soccer drama, one club gains a fresh face, the other dumps an old flame. Cue the emotional soundtrack and dramatic slow-motion replay.
Trump's DOJ dispatches election monitors to California because nothing says democracy like a federal babysitter. Sending election monitors to California is like hiring a lifeguard for a puddle, overkill for a state that knows how to swim.
Millions of red crabs swarm the beaches, causing chaos. Nature's spectacle reminds us that when millions unite, barriers crumble, but when humans migrate, they face walls, paperwork, and political debates.
Gaza resident erects family tent on top of unexploded Israeli bomb because home sweet home comes with a side of danger. When your real estate market includes boom and not the good kind, it's time to rethink neighborhood safety standards. Welcome to explosive living, where the first rule is duck and cover.
Reddit user shares Jay Cut and Colt Sievert's The Flute Tune Soul Pride remix because nothing says chill vibes like electronic flute magic. When life hands you chaos, turn up the volume and let the flute guide you to a world where beats are the only authority you need.
Imperial Motors releases debut EP Charlie Don't Surf, promising a power chord revolution for the disenchanted. For fans of Talking Heads and Black Midi, this EP is your new soundtrack for dancing on the ashes of conformity.
Trump hints at oil pressure on China after scrapping Putin's summit. Diplomacy by bulldozer when subtlety fails. Just turn the global thermostat up a notch and watch the world sweat for oil.
User shares Blood Red Shoes, Don't Ask in indie hard rock, because sometimes you need a soundtrack to scream your silence.
Zoran Mamdani appeals to Fox News viewers, hoping to find common ground in a minefield of political landmines. It's like trying to sell vegan burgers at a Texas barbecue, ambitious but likely to end in a food fight.
Online friendships improve well-being in vulnerable youth, especially gamers. When reality bites, virtual camaraderie throws a lifeline. Gaming consoles, the new therapists that don't charge by the hour, but by the pixel.
Guillermo del Toro likens Frankenstein to a reckless tech bro, preferring death over generative AI. When Frankenstein's monster outshines Silicon Valley's brightest, maybe it's time to question who's really the mindless automaton, natural stupidity, the true legacy code.
Trump defies Constitution with Caribbean strikes, declares we're just going to kill. When the Commander-in-Chief moonlights as a rogue pirate, it's not the Constitution that's lost at sea. It's our moral compass. Avast, ye democracy.
Poker scam uses X-ray tables and glasses. NBA stars lose millions, proves even the rich can be suckers. Apparently, even a slam dunk can't save you from a royal flush when your opponents are playing with X-ray vision.
Government shutdown threatens Democrats, then blames Republicans. When power games turn into budget brawls, the only losers are the citizens watching their tax dollars fund this political circus.
Thieves abandon gear after botched Louvre heist. Prosecutor clings to small hope. When your grand scheme leaves behind a Hy-Vee vest, it's less Ocean's 11, more Keystone Cops proving crime doesn't always pay, but it sure does fumble.
Ireland elects Connolly president, then rival concedes early. When democracy is a foregone conclusion, it makes you wonder if the people's choice was just a well-rehearsed performance for the cameras.
Canada will restart trade talks when Americans are ready, says Carney, playing the world's longest game of diplomatic chicken. Looks like Canada's just chilling in the snow, waiting for the US to get its trade ducks in a row. Who knew patience was a foreign policy?
Trump fills Thursday briefing with sycophants, proving loyalty is the only currency. In a room echoing with "Thank you, sir," it's less a press briefing, more a cult assembly line, where questions go to die and praise gets a standing ovation.
When a floating portrait arrives to say hello, it's like bringing a bazooka
to a Neighborhood Watch meeting. Peace through overwhelming intimidation, or so they claim.
Unreleased, John Roseboro track surfaces and promptly disappears. Like a ghostly echo from a parallel universe, this live performance teases the soul before vanishing into the ether, leaving fans haunted by what might have been.
Belgrade authorities remove river clubs from Sava, calling it urban renewal. Nothing screams progress like evicting party barges from their watery dance floors, because when the music stops, the sound of gentrification is just deafening.
OpenAI buys Software Applications Incorporated, aiming to turn macOS into a high-tech therapist that knows your browser history. Integrating AI deeper into operating systems is like giving your OS a PhD in nosiness, just in case you wanted your computer to know you better than your mom.
Trump dances with performers in Malaysia, calls it diplomacy. When your foreign policy is as nuanced as a conga line, maybe the only thing you're leading is a parade of awkward gestures.
Self-spreading glassworm infiltrates VS Code extensions, then wreaks havoc. In a digital age where even your development tools turn against you, the real worm is the complacency that lets security holes fester until they become Grand Canyons.
Andrew Cuomo faces backlash for alleged Islamophobia, just as his mayoral campaign finds the express train to oblivion. In the political game of Jenga, xenophobia might be a bold move, but it sure makes the tower collapse faster when the votes are pulled out.
EU pledges every tool against China still imports rare earths. When your toolbox is full of hammers, but you're building a paper crane, maybe it's time to reevaluate your construction strategy.
Only 20% of internet users trust Brave, and the CEO calls it a revolution. When the revolution is ad-free but nobody's watching, it's like throwing a party and forgetting to invite the guests.
HBO Max dumped Looney Tunes and now Tubi's laughing all the way to the bank with its new cartoon cash cow. Looks like HBO Max just handed Tubi a golden anvil, proving once again that one network's trash is another's animated treasure.
Israel releases 150 prisoners to luxury hotels, labels it peace building. When terrorists get room service and a view, diplomacy starts to sound like a 5-star farce.
New York's data centers devour electricity while officials debate who foots the bill. When digital giants demand power like divas, the public wonders if the next blackout comes with a subscription fee.
Portland Trailblazers coach Chauncey Billups arraigned, and the NBA season is now a soap opera of scandal and chaos. Who knew the most thrilling action this season would be in the courtroom, not the court? Maybe the NBA should invest in jerseys with pinstripes.
Britney Spears claims exploitation, and Kevin Federline insists she's unwell. When your ex becomes a concerned therapist, it's almost like they're auditioning for a daytime talk show, minus the medical degree.
When a ceasefire is just a pause button on an endless loop of aggression, the real battle is convincing anyone that peace isn't just a fleeting illusion.
U.S. infrastructure spending hits record highs. Even as Washington's dysfunction proves, it's the world's most expensive spectator sport.
When even the seals can't escape the flu, it's clear Mother Nature's not just whispering warnings, she's screaming them with a megaphone.
United States military protects Jan, but Jan's cute army is ready with pink camo and plush grenades. When the world goes to war, John's strategy is to disarm with adorableness, because nothing says back off like a teddy bear in combat boots.
Trump dispatches aircraft carrier to Caribbean, ensuring international tension is always in season. The only thing bigger than the USS Gerald R. Ford is Trump's ego, and both are sailing into stormy waters.
Reddit users submit ambient dub techno, and the soothing echo is drowned by a sea of broken HTML. In the digital age, nothing says relaxation like a techno track trapped in a code snafu. It's like trying to meditate with a jackhammer outside your window.
U.S. tech startups fall for sex warfare, then claim innocence. When seduction comes wrapped in spyware, it's the tech world's wet dream turned dystopian nightmare where love is just another data breach waiting to happen.
White House justifies East Wing demolition, blames it on past presidential scandals. When in doubt, bulldoze history and blame your predecessors. It's the political magic trick that never gets old.
Mexico's footwear industry wants U.S. tariffs to help, but gets shoelaces tied in knots instead. When your business plan hinges on someone else's bad trade policy, you might as well be waiting for stilettos to fall from the sky. Mexican cobblers are learning that even tariffs can't work magic when you're strapped for cash and investment.
Ted Cruz blocks Emma Ghalib's ambassador confirmation, claims it's about fighting extremism.
In a world where the pot calls the kettle black, international relations turn into a game of who can out-hypocrite the other, leaving citizens to foot the bill of geopolitical pettiness.
IRS allows $17K gift tax exemption per person, but $30K wedding gift risks audit. A wedding gift that could buy a car should come with financial airbags. Maybe split the cash between you and your husband, like a financial high-wire act, to avoid the IRS turning your daughter's bouquet toss into a paperwork avalanche.
When help comes with more strings than a marionette,
Cognizant hires liberal arts grads, then claims tech skills aren't enough.
Rebel Wilson recruits Jennifer Coolidge and Nicole Scherzinger for girl group because who needs subtlety when you have star power? Prepare for a cinematic universe where sass meets spectacle, and the only thing louder than the laughs is the unapologetic empowerment anthem.
White House movie theater destroyed calls it renovation. In a plot twist worthy of Hollywood, the best part gets a reboot. Maybe the real tragedy is that the only drama left in Washington is the one on the screen, while the rest of us are stuck with reruns in real life.
Albanian-run festival Bridges Cultures then celebrates diversity in Tetovo. When poetry becomes the universal translator, it's hard to ignore its power to unite where politics divide. Who knew rhymes could do more for harmony than treaties ever could?
Dan Cathy fills empty sound stages with influencers, calls it innovation. From film to filters, Georgia's soundstages swap scripts for selfies. When the spotlight shifts from Oscar-worthy to TikTok trendy, you know the credits have rolled on creativity.
Russian strikes kill 4 overnight, then call it defense.
Automatic files counterclaims against WP Engine after WP Engine rebrands as the WordPress technology post $250 million investment. When you can't innovate, just trademark your way to the top and hope no one notices the emperor's new clothes are made of legal briefs.
When the boardroom views cybersecurity like a fashion trend rather than a necessity, it's no wonder hackers find the backdoor propped open with a welcome mat.
When diplomacy is treated like a reality TV show, the script writes itself. Tantrums, finger pointing, and a whole lot of awkward silence at the board.
Couple faces Alzheimer's early, then finds enduring love. In the land of forgotten memories, they rewrite their vows daily. A bittersweet reminder that sometimes love is the only thing time can't erode, even if it can't remember.
Ontario's premier pulls anti-Trump tab, then calls it diplomacy. When appeasing a tantrum-prone leader means retracting your sass, it's clear that international relations have become the world's most expensive daycare.
When the bar is set at not another death note, even a rubber pirate can stretch into a success story.
Typebeat offers beats at discount, promises creativity. Music producers rejoice. Now you can buy the same repetitive loops for less, because why innovate when you can just press play on recycled tunes?
DNA analysis identifies pathogens that felled Napoleon's army, proving microbes beat ego. Turns out, the little guys waged a microscopic Waterloo while Napoleon was busy playing Risk with real lives.
Russian War Museum showcases destroyed US tanks, calls it a victory lap. While Putin flexes museum pieces, the world wonders if Russia's military prowess is more Cold War nostalgia than current reality.
Goldman pitches Petco debt refinancing, calls it a financial strengthening. Because nothing says solid foundation like juggling debt to make it look like an asset, proving once again that financial alchemy is alive and well on Wall Street.
EU accuses Meta and TikTok of breaking digital content rules, yet both platforms remain more popular than Brussels' bureaucratic charades. Oh.
Canadian PM Mark Carney says Canada ready for trade talks. Waits for US to finish its tantrum.
Graffiti artist transforms Amsterdam walls, claims federalization. When art becomes protest, walls speak louder than any politician's promises, reminding us that real change often starts with a spray can and a rebellious spirit.
Donald Trump warns Canada he can play dirtier, because apparently international diplomacy is now a sandbox brawl. When the leader of the free world threatens a nation with a kindergarten taunt, you know we've hit peak political theater.
Trump deploys U.S. warships and jets near Venezuela, claims it's for democracy but forgets the oil. In a plot twist that surprises no one, the democracy mission comes with a side of crude oil cravings, as if humanitarian aid smells like gasoline.
Justice Department sends federal observers, claims transparency. When the watchdogs need watching, you know democracy's on life support, clinging to the hope that monitors can outshine manipulation in the voting booths.
Only 30% of wealthy married couples sync heart rates, and researchers claim it's because money can't buy you love or empathy apparently.
George Clooney reflects on life at 64, admits gazing forward is harder when the rearview mirror holds so many Oscars. Even Hollywood's silver fox wrestles with nostalgia, proving that not even a lifetime of accolades can outshine the existential dread of a future without a script.
The irony of silence. When your biggest regret is not telling the boss to hit the road, the political script's already gone off the rails.
Gov Newsom deploys California National Guard to food banks, solving hunger with military precision. When your state's safety net is a camo net, maybe it's time to rethink how we feed the hungry. Tanks for the food, California.
3.5 million Texans face halted food assistance, while politicians feast on the buffet of blame at the shutdown smorgasbord. In the Lone Star State, hunger pangs echo louder than campaign promises, as the government serves up a hot dish of indifference with a side of apathy.
Trump pardons crypto kingpin, defies justice again. When laundering billions is just another Tuesday pardon, the scales of justice aren't just unbalanced, they've been swapped for monopoly money.
Trump terminates trade talks with Canada over a TV ad about tariffs because diplomacy now runs through the cable box. In the reality show of global politics, Trump cancels countries like failing sitcoms, leaving international relations on a perpetual commercial break.
Scottish fire engine held by Israel for 15 months may finally return, solving nothing but its own captivity. When a fire truck becomes a political pawn, maybe it's time to question who's fueling the flames. Freedom by fire engine, anyone?
Coast Guard rescues family, barn refuge after fiery boat escape. When your vacation turns into a survival reality show, and the Coast Guard is your Deus Ex Machina, it's time to reconsider that oceanfront getaway.
Trump attends ASEAN in Malaysia armed with trade talk and China chatter while the world wonders if he packed his diplomacy pants. In the theater of international relations, Trump's itinerary is a plot twist away from a sitcom where trade talks might end in a cliffhanger.
Draghi pushes pragmatic federalism to save Europe, a continent known for its love of oxymorons. In a land of 1,000 bureaucrats, can one Italian banker really unite the EU with a buzzword? Pragmatism, the new European fairy tale.
Western monarchs plummet, pesticides blamed, study reveals. When your garden's a toxic battleground and butterflies drop like confetti, maybe it's time to rethink our chemical romance with nature.
Only 5% of tech CEOs understand music, but they all think they can remix the world.
Daniel Johnston's sense of humor resurrects in 2012 a folk rock gem that laughs at life's absurdities and cries with its truths. Johnston's voice is a raw embrace of vulnerability, a reminder that sometimes the most profound insights wear a clown's nose and mismatched socks.
Reddit sues over AI Scring, claiming it's defending the open internet while locking the gates with a golden key. In the world of digital doublespeak, Reddit's lawsuit is like a bouncer at a free concert, making sure only the VIPs get in.
3 Ukrainians burn Polish bridges while Russia fans the flames from a safe distance. A pyromaniac's wet dream turned international incident. The Kremlin's shadow looms like a smoke signal for peace talks that never ignite.
DHS posts video featuring song popular with Nazi creators, then denies intent. When government PR spins faster than a vinyl record, the soundtrack of denial becomes the real hit no one asked for.
Holly Holm defeats Ronda Rousey, then fans question invincibility. When the octagon becomes a theater of shattered myths, even legends must face the mat of reality and the crowd's fickle roar.
Grammarly dominates Ginger in 2022 Showdown, yet both still miss the point of actual human editing. When algorithms fight over comma placement, the real losers are the writers who think a machine can replace an editor's eye and wit.
Only 20% of tributes avoid cliches, and Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley's emotional words are no exception. In rock and roll, even grief comes with a guitar solo. Let's hope their heartfelt solo, but let's hope their heartfelt soon.
When the protectors become the predators, justice demands its due, and the uniform's honor is stained by the silence it once enforced.
When bureaucracy meets bereavement, it's a cold war of paperwork and pain. Meanwhile, empathy remains missing in action.
Steve's Lab production claims stacking papers about hustle, yet the track's royalties barely cover a Spotify subscription. When your anthem for wealth can't even pay its own streaming bill, it's time to wonder if the real hustle is selling dreams to the broke.
It's like unwrapping a gift only to find another politician inside, shiny on the outside, hollow promises within.
When the battleground shifts from foreign soil to the workplace, the enemy wears the same uniform and the real threat hides in plain sight.
Steve Bannon claims there's a plan for Trump to be president in 2028, defying the basic logic of term limits. It's like plotting to crown a two-term king in a democracy. Next, they'll suggest a throne made from broken voting machines.
China denies Zelensky's allegations, insists its support for Russia is purely coincidental. When your diplomatic strategy is "I didn't do it, but if I did, it was an accident," you've reached a new level of geopolitical gaslighting.
Trump claims he can strike drug traffickers without Congress, then skips declaring war. When the law becomes a suggestion and democracy's checks are mere inconveniences, the line between governance and vigilantism blurs beyond recognition.
Chinese companies halt Russian crude buys after U.S. blacklists, proving once again that sanctions are the economic equivalent of a passive-aggressive roommate. When billion-dollar industries play musical chairs, it's always the little guy left standing when the music stops.
When your career highlight reel needs a highlight reel, you're either a basketball god or Steph Curry. Who says you can't bend time and space with a basketball?
Russian attack wounds 14, including 4 children in Kiev, because nothing says strategic genius like targeting playgrounds and bedtime stories. In the chess game of geopolitics, some players swap pawns for lives, proving they never learned to play nice.
Government shutdown drags into day 25 as economy stalls. When politics becomes a game of chicken, the ones left stranded are the citizens who never asked to be roadkill on the highway of stubbornness.
Only 20% of sports books capture true athletic drama, and publishers call it a winning strategy. For every gripping tale of triumph, there's a dozen where the only thing breaking a sweat is the reader's patience.
J. Jones promises change, but voters embrace chaos anyway. When your political platform is a circus tent, the only thing left to do is juggle your principles and hope the audience claps. Who knew democracy could be such a thrilling high-wire act?
Trump halts trade talks with Canada over Ontario's anti-tariff ad. In the world of high-stakes diplomacy, it's comforting to know that a single advertisement can derail international relations faster than a politician can say fake news.
Only 30% of travellers see Florence beyond their phone screens, and influencers call it authentic exploration. When your vacation's best view is from a cafeteria, you might want to rethink your definition of cultural immersion.
Troubadour Canary Wharf Theatre stages Hunger Games, claiming it's an escape from reality. Because nothing screams escapism like a dystopian deathmatch, now with overpriced popcorn and the chance to see human suffering in real time.
Paramount Skydance attempts Warner Brothers' Discovery buyout, but Trump's shadow threatens to turn it into a reality show. When the art of the deal becomes a horror flick, expect plot twists and a finale where everyone's the villain. Hollywood might need more than a script rewrite to handle this toxic cameo.
Connolly wins Irish presidency by landslide, becomes 10th president. When democracy resembles a landslide, it's a rare reminder that sometimes the people actually get what they voted for, unless they didn't.
Netflix announces Stranger Things Season 5 finale in theaters, promises nostalgia overdose. Because nothing says remember the good old days like a cinematic trip back to the 80s, complete with demogorgons and overpriced, nostalgia-flavored popcorn.
Trump's $230 million DOJ payment looms, even he might flinch. When your legal tab could buy a small nation, you start wondering if the art of the deal includes a receipt for irony.
Wall Street cheers as inflation surprise sinks U.S. yields, ignoring the looming economic hangover. Like a sugar rush before the crash, investors guzzle the sweet promise of rate cuts, oblivious to the empty calories of temporary gains.
Ministry of Sound hosts Kevin Energy's hardcore set in 4K, proving eardrums aren't the only thing they want to blow. When the bass drops harder than a politician's approval rating, you know you're in for a night where sanity checks at the door, replaced by glow sticks and the sweet chaos of UK hardcore.
Lily Allen drops her fifth album, West End Girl, fueled by divorce and desire, and calls it a symphony of self-sabotage. In the age of curated perfection, Allen's raw, autofictional musings hit like a truth bomb, reminding us that vulnerability sells better than any polished facade.
New month slashes costs, reports unexpected earnings, calls it a golden age. When squeezing pennies becomes more lucrative than mining gold, you know capitalism's alchemy has turned irony into a precious resource.
Trump demands prosecution of Biden-era justice officials, proving irony is his strongest legal strategy. When the guy who's been in court more times than a gavel-wielding judge starts pointing fingers, you've got to wonder if he's just trying to book a group rate for his next trial.
Trump adopts Putin's power playbook, and the UK and Europe are shrugging like it's just another day in the geopolitical office. When the world's leading democracies treat authoritarianism like a Netflix drama, it's no wonder tyranny thrives in the spotlight.
Dinosaurs thrived until asteroids strike. Research suggests extinction wasn't inevitable. Turns out, even the mightiest creatures couldn't survive cosmic roulette, proving once again that life's just a high-stakes game of celestial dodgeball. Trump slaps a 10% tariff on Canada over a Reagan ad spat, as if maple syrup is now a national security threat. When trade policy gets caught in the crossfire of nostalgia and ego, you know diplomacy's taken a back seat to reruns of the 80s.
Only 20% of music lovers understand laminar flow, and aka Lisa calls it folk. When your beats are smoother than a politician's promise, you might just be onto something worth a listen. Methane emissions rise dramatically, yet governments pretend it's under control. Ignoring methane's impact is like ignoring a gas leak while holding a lit match. It's a recipe for a fiery disaster we all get to share.
UK health ministers ignore nitrate warnings and cancer rates sizzle. When your breakfast comes with a side of carcinogens, maybe it's time to rethink the morning fry-up.
Social Security boosts cost of living adjustment to 2.8%, barely covers inflation. When your race can't even buy you a cup of coffee, it's less a safety net and more a fraying thread.
Glaciers are like nature's air conditioners, but with climate change cranking up the heat, we're about to get stuck in a sweltering waiting room with no exit.
Iron Maiden recruits Megadeth and Anthrax for tour, promises more decibels than democracy. Heavy metal's elder statesmen proved that while the world crumbles, the gods of rock still know how to throw a party louder than political discourse.
Celebrity beef turns into prison theater. You know, the drama's thicker than a Kardashian contour line. Maybe Didi's just trying to launch a new reality series, Shanks and Shenanigans.
Hip-hop track drops. Walk M down, promises fresh beats but sounds recycled.
Netflix releases another empty series. Perfect art of nothingness, with plots thinner than air and characters as deep as a puddle. Netflix turns existential void into binge-worthy content, proving even nothing can be monetized.
Only 2% of Taiwan's population marched for trans rights, and the government calls it a parade. When 3,000 voices echo in the streets for trans rights, it's more than a parade. It's a symphony of resistance. Taiwan, are you listening or just pretending to dance?
JoJo Siwa embraces tradwife tag while distancing from queer community. Trading rainbows for aprons, it's like swapping a unicorn for a beige wall. The vibrant world she leaves behind might just miss her sparkle.
When a TV commercial gets under the skin of the most powerful man, diplomacy takes a back seat to ego-driven economics.
Chicago School Board demands remote learning, ICE raids escalate.
Intel slashes 35,500 jobs, calls it right-sizing. When right-sizing means sending thousands to the unemployment line, it's corporate speak for let's pretend we're still in control. Intel, how about right-sizing your empathy instead?
Newmont eyes Barrick's Nevada assets, betting on gold rush revival. Mining the past for profit, as if shiny rocks will distract us from the environmental wreckage left behind. History repeats with a golden gleam.
Trump accuses Canada of cheating, halts Ottawa trade talks.
Former DoD official urges military hotline. Trump prefers Twitter diplomacy. In a world where world leaders tweet like teenagers, expect more near misses than meaningful conversations.
Trump halts trade talks with Canada over an ad because Reagan ports now threaten national security.
Liverpool ends losing streak with comeback win, faces Brentford next. If Liverpool's defense were any more tested, they'd need a cheat sheet just to remember how to hold the line.
Tropical storm Fingshan claims 8 lives. Philippines reels from floods. Nature's fury strikes again, yet the climate crisis remains a back burner issue for global leaders, too busy counting their campaign funds.
Scientists discover immune drug to halt skin cancer spread, but only if you catch it faster than a speeding bullet. In the race against cancer, it's like bringing a Swiss Army knife to a nuclear showdown. Handy, but you better be quick on the draw.
Trump presides over Thai-Cambodia peace deal, sells it as historic. When Trump calls it a peace deal, you know it's as solid as a sandcastle in a monsoon.
Cisco supplies 90% of restaurants, calls it variety. When your gourmet meal shares roots with fast food fries, it's like discovering the fanciest art gallery sources all its pieces from IKEA. US food stamps set to expire, sparking fears of historic hunger crisis. When the richest nation doles out crumbs and then snatches them away, it's not a budget issue, it's a moral bankruptcy on full display.
Oh, the irony of political poker, where every side accuses the other of cheating while hiding aces up their sleeves.
Border Patrol Commander lobs tear gas, claims it's for crowd control. When peaceful protesters meet government-issued smoke, it's less about order and more about snuffing out dissent with a side of tearful irony. When nature decides to flex, it reminds us how small we are, yet here we are, still debating climate change like it's a game.
Spotify hikes UK premium prices again, insists it's for your listening pleasure. In a twist on the old classic, Spotify's pricing strategy could be described as streaming inflation, where your bank account gets lighter while your playlists stay the same.
Labour's deputy leader demands attention to members, but party brass keeps earplugs handy.
Trump administration touts soybean trade victory, yet prices plummet. In a classic case of winning, farmers are left holding their empty wallets while the government claims a trophy made of empty promises.
Geologists warn Pacific Northwest split threatens seismic chaos. Earth's crust plays tectonic jigsaw, while we argue over fossil fuels like there's no tomorrow. Ironic, since that's exactly what's at stake.
Trump sends warships in diplomatic gesture, but negotiations stall. When your idea of subtlety is a fleet of floating threats, you might need to redefine the term diplomacy before the world redefines you.
Sudan's army claims victory over RSF in El Fasher, but city still burns. Winning a battle in a civil war is like catching a sinking ship with duct tape. It might hold for a moment, but you're still going down.
Reddit claims to host a playlist of your life, but it's just another algorithmic shuffle. Like letting a robot DJ your wedding, sure, it'll play the hits, but don't expect it to understand why Free Bird is banned.
Only 6% of UK residents consume more pasta than Italians, and the carbs are still cheaper than Spotify. In the world of wheat and water, the UK lags behind while Italy reigns supreme, proving that when it comes to pasta, the Brits prefer their dough in digital subscriptions.
Golden State Warriors eclipse Aaron Gordon's 50-point feat as Curry casually hijacks the spotlight. It's like watching a superhero movie where the sidekick saves the day, only for the main hero to swoop in and claim all the glory.
Pentagon admits drone strikes killed civilians, claims collateral damage.
When military jargon turns human lives into spreadsheet statistics, it's a wonder anyone still questions why global trust is at an all-time low.
Dodgers ace Yamamoto flips script, leveling World Series against Blue Jays with 5-1 win. When a Japanese pitcher makes the Blue Jays look like they're swinging blue moons, it's clear the Dodgers have more than just Hollywood stars on their side.
Pentagon accepts $130 million anonymous donation, suddenly discovers generosity in the defense budget. It's heartwarming to see the military needing charity just to pay the troops, as if the defense budget wasn't already a bottomless pit of taxpayer cash.
China's GDP growth falters while its firms conquer global markets, says Goldman Sachs. When your domestic economy stumbles but your brands are everywhere else, it's like winning the marathon but losing the homecoming parade.
Only 10% of TikTok health videos are accurate, and TikTok calls it a feature, not a bug. When the algorithm's got less bedside manner than a used car salesman, maybe it's time to rethink what viral really means.
Reddit user posts Bologna photo, calls it a bird's eye view, but it's just a drone shot. In the age of tech, we're redefining what it means to soar, one drone at a time. Who needs wings when you have Wi-Fi?
Porsche ditches electric dreams. New CEO revs up the gas guzzles instead. Looks like the only thing accelerating is climate change. But hey, at least we'll get there in style with those leather seats and exhaust fumes.
Naked mole rats defy aging, thanks to 4 amino acids and a flair for the unconventional. While Botox and billionaires chase eternal youth, these wrinkly rodents laugh in the face of time, proving age is just a number and apparently a well-placed mutation.
Trump abandons plan to send troops to San Francisco after protesters outnumber his bravado. Turns out, even the former reality TV star knows the difference between a season finale and a real-life disaster. Who knew restraint could be in his script?
Federal Reserve struggles to clarify policy amid economic chaos, investors left guessing. Navigating an economy in transition while relying on vague Fed signals is like driving through fog with a broken GPS. You're bound to hit something.
Trump halts trade talks with Canada over Reagan ad, proving nostalgia trumps diplomacy. When a retro ad can derail international trade, you know we're in a world where political strategy involves more reruns than resolutions. Reagan's ghost must be facepalming.
American welcome includes bulletproof vest, irony hits home. The land of the free, where the first gift you receive is protection from the freedom to bear arms, because nothing says safe haven like preparing for the worst.
Only 12% of schools use AI tools, and education boards call it innovation. While schools struggle to afford textbooks, AI promises to teach the kids of tomorrow with yesterday's budget, all while administrators pat themselves on the back for embracing the future.
Microsoft revokes 200 fraudulent certificates, declares cybersecurity victory despite the Reseda ransomware rampage. It's like slapping a band-aid on a sinking ship and calling it waterproof. When fraudsters are 200 steps ahead, maybe it's time for a new playbook, not a pat on the back.
Jump circuit reverses Trump admin victory. Feds caught lying. When even the judges are tired of your fibbing, maybe it's time to reconsider your strategy, or at least hire better storytellers.
Prime Video drops Lazarus with a horror twist, then labels it a gripping thriller. Once again, streaming giants mix genres like they're making a cocktail, hoping viewers won't notice the hangover of cliches and predictable plotlines. Cheers to the same old new.
Krillin Saul killed Land's head kick KO in first round. Nothing says I'm ready for the spotlight like rearranging someone's consciousness in under 3 minutes and giving the crowd a reason to cheer.
OpenAI plans to create AI music, claiming it empowers artists. When robots start jamming, will they demand royalties or just a spot on the Coachella lineup? Music execs might need a new playlist for existential crises.
Justin Timberlake remixes I Think She Knows with Justice and calls it New Disco. The only justice here is the name on the remix, as the track shamelessly recycles beats like yesterday's news, hoping nostalgia blinds us to its lack of originality.
Only 30% of NBA fans trust the league's integrity, and the NBA calls it a challenge. When your game plan involves mobsters, maybe it's time to rethink your playbook. Who knew dribbling could lead to double crossing?
When workplace hazards include abduction by militia, it's safe to say the UN's hazard pay policy might need a serious upgrade or a hard rethink.
Pentagon appoints influencers to press corps, insists it's transparency. When your national security briefings need a TikTok filter, maybe it's time to question who's really pulling the strings.
Scientists claim high-fat keto diet preserves brain youth, and they call it a breakthrough. In a world where bacon is now brain food, the irony is thicker than a slab of butter, because apparently
Only 1% of historians endorse Goropius's claims, and he calls it linguistic truth. When your national identity needs a divine origin story, maybe it's time to put down the tulips and pick up a history book.
Myanmar military shuts down major cybercrime center, detains over 2,000 people. When a military junta takes on cybercrime, one wonders if it's about justice or just a hostile takeover of the local internet hustle.
Gold prices plummet while amateur investors rush in, and Wall Street calls it a buying opportunity. When professionals are sweating bullets and amateurs are lining up with piggy banks, maybe it's time to question whose pot of gold is getting raided.
Bob Dylan releases Watching the River Flow in 1971 and nothing changes.
Trump administration announces inflation data release after shutdown, but wallets feel no relief from rising prices. When higher wages don't keep pace with inflation, it's like getting a raise in monopoly money. Looks good, but try buying real groceries with it.
Trump threatens Netanyahu with military aid suspension over policy disputes, despite previous unwavering support. When Trump's loyalty shifts like sand dunes, Allies might want to invest in a good pair of flip-flops, because the ground beneath them is always changing.
Trump vows to escalate drug war, plainly, we're just going to kill them. The war on drugs, now with extra violence, promises to solve nothing while creating new markers for a failed policy rollback.
Thai and Cambodian leaders signed ceasefire deal, with Trump present for the spectacle. It's like watching a reality TV reunion special, where the real winner is the one who can hold a pen and a grin while the cameras roll.
European Space Agency's Gaia telescope finds Milky Way rippling, and scientists are baffled by the cosmic choreography. As the galaxy dances to a tune no one can hear, Earth scientists are left with the ultimate question: who's the DJ, and what's their playlist?
Weather pattern over Atlantic and Europe sets persistent southwest flow. Flooding risk rises. As November approaches, umbrellas become the new best friend, and sandbags the home decor of choice in this aquatic endurance test.
Catherine Connolly becomes Ireland's president after rival concedes, but only 50% of voters showed up. A win's a win, but when half the dance floor's empty, you gotta wonder if the DJ's playing the right track or if everyone's just tired of the same old tune.
Only 30% of smiling faces tell the truth, and The Undisputed Truth called it a hit in 1971. When funk exposes the duplicity of grins, it's a reminder that the real truth often hides behind the beat.
Trump tells Australian Ambassador Kevin Rudd, "I don't like you either," during White House visit, but the room was already frosty. Diplomacy in 2025? Like a middle school cafeteria where the cool kids swap insults, but instead of milk cartons, they're hurling international relations.
S&P 500 hits 6,800, CPI gives Fed go-ahead, market cheers. Wall Street's relief rally is like celebrating a sinking ship taking on less water. The Fed's interest rate cuts are just rearranging deck chairs.
Gold hits 9-week high, then stumbles as market suddenly remembers gravity exists. When even metal gets overconfident, you know it's a bull market with the attention span of a goldfish.
Only 20% of listeners understand orbital entry, and the astronautist calls it a sonic journey. When beats collide with gravity, it's a musical reminder that not everyone can handle the descent without losing their rhythm.
Spotify releases Halloween horror tracks just in time to remind you of that one friend who never left their goth days. Because nothing screams spooky season like the same creepy music repackaged every October, with a side of pumpkin spice capitalism.
NBA, rocked by high-profile gambling scandal, includes coach and ex-MVP league reels. The league's nightmare is a jackpot for irony. When the players are the ones gambling, it's not just the fans losing their bets.
Spotify markets Anasa's Green Juice, claiming it's a love song that doesn't rot your teeth with syrupy cliches. But hey, if your romance needs a soundtrack to remind you it's supposed to last, maybe it's time to check the expiry date on that love potion.
Pepsi Man promises bold design for Samsung, then delivers another can of fizz. In a world where tech brands are racing for aesthetic originality, Samsung's new look might just be a rebranded soda can with extra bubbles.
After chart-topping hit, the Lumineers release Nobody Knows to zero fanfare. When the soul of the song is a secret, even the most devoted fans are left guessing in the dark, wondering if silence was the goal.
DHS attempts to deport Kilmar Abrego Garcia, but a judge halts the process pending his Tennessee trial. Guess the Department of Homeland Security forgot that justice isn't a fast food drive-thru. Maybe they should try a little patience with their diplomacy and due process.
Louvre transfers Jaws to ultra-secure vault after heist, exposes security flaws.
Only 5% of new album drops find an audience, and Berserk gets it 5-8 hopes to beat the odds with ID. In an age where everyone with a smartphone thinks they're the next Bowie, the real challenge is cutting through the noise. Good luck. Berserk Ataxic 5-8, you're gonna need it.
U.S. imposes sanctions on Colombian President Petro, blaming him for drug cartel growth. Because nothing says war on drugs like punishing a leader trying to wrangle a century-old mess the U.S. helped fertilize. It's like blaming the fire hydrant for the flood.
When the neighbor to the north outsmarts you at your own game, it's time to stop pretending the art of the deal is anything but a doodle.
Ireland picks new president. Polls suggest pro-Palestine Connolly triumphs despite deepfake scandal. When the pixels hit the fan, truth becomes as slippery as a leprechaun on roller skates. Yet Connolly's win shows that even digital deceit can't derail a genuine call for justice.
EU boosts chat control. When protecting privacy means scanning every whisper, it's less about safety and more about turning citizens into open books for state-approved snooping.
When federal eyes watch your every vote, democracy starts feeling like a reality TV show directed by Big Brother. Maybe next season we'll vote by applause meter.
Pentagon worries about a House of Dynamite film, fears public panic. When your defense strategy hinges on people not watching a movie, maybe it's time to rethink who's holding the real detonator.
Stephen Miller cries budget cuts, claims his anti-left crusade is threatened, yet his rhetoric is as inflated as ever. When your war chest runs low, you can always count on hot air to fund the fight. Miller's strategy, less about substance, more about show.
It's like a bad 80s rerun where the plot never changes, just the hairstyles. Next thing you know, we'll all be wearing shoulder pads and reliving economic déjà vu.
Thessaloniki, freed from Ottoman rule after 482 years, marks 1912 liberation. The city celebrates its independence while modern governments still struggle to break free from the occupation of their own outdated policies.
Trump ends Canada trade talks over ad, proving nothing triggers him more than criticism and free speech. Apparently, the art of the deal now involves storming off in a huff whenever someone points out your economic blunders. Who needs diplomacy when you can just flip the table and walk away?
Embrace the absurd, reject the sitcom snark, and remember, true alternative comedy is like the perfect joke. If everyone gets it, you failed.
Plaid Cymru win Caerphilly, fending off Reform UK in Senedd by-election.
Slate charges $7 for a crossword access, promises endless fun, but leaves you tangled in a web of wordplay. It's not just a game, it's a 7-letter trap for the linguistically adventurous. Who knew playgrounds could feel like a financial playground?
Meta posts 100,000 more music links, calls it community. When everything's an echo chamber, even the freshest beats start sounding like a broken record. Keep searching for the tune that dares to defy.
When your merger's stuck in bureaucratic molasses, why not distract with shiny chandeliers?
When your policies are as popular as a skunk at a garden party, even the courts can smell the truth. Keep fighting, Newfits. Justice has your back. When your policies, your shen.
CPI surprise drives stocks to new heights, ignoring economic jitters. Inflation may be creeping up, but who cares when Wall Street's on a thrill ride? It's the perfect time to invest in rose-colored glasses.
When a nation feels like a stranger's house, it might be time to reconsider who holds the keys to the front door.
When the economy's main strategy is to hold its breath until politics get their act together, you know we're teetering on the edge of absurd. Maybe next time they'll try yoga.
India uses cloud seeding in Delhi, hoping to wash away pollution woes.
When your virtual office assistant starts resembling a high-tech tattletale.
Streaming platforms promise exposure, then bury independent artists. The music industry's version of hide and seek ensures only the big names get found, while everyone else remains lost in the ether of algorithms.
Who needs education when you can have chandeliers? It's a gilded reminder of where priorities lie, under a disco ball.
June Lockhart, icon of wholesome TV, exits stage at 100. With her passing, the era of TV moms who solved crises with a hug and a casserole finally fades, leaving us with reality shows and reheated drama.
China halts Russian crude buys, then cites US sanctions. When global chess involves oil and politics, expect every pawn to be sacrificed while the kings stay cozy in their castles.
Apple ditches iPhone Air, blaming consumer levitation issues. Turns out, the next big thing in tech isn't a phone that floats, but one that doesn't exist at all. Apple's innovation is now officially lighter than air.
Only 10% of global news covers protests, and media calls it balanced. When peaceful marches and farmer-led demonstrations barely make headlines, it's clear the camera loves drama, not democracy.
Only 20% of new bands survive past their first hit, and Death Wish Casanova calls it a triumph. In the alternative rock jungle, one-hit wonders are the exotic birds, loud, colorful, and rarely seen again. Half awake, fully forgotten.
Mikado's new album drops at midnight, promises revolution.
Because nothing says leadership like swapping historic architecture for a dance floor, while the streets serve as ballrooms for those with nowhere else to go.
Cardamom extract boosts antiviral molecules, yet Big Pharma remains uninterested. When a spice rack hero outshines a lab-made cocktail, you know it's a threat to the profits that come in pill bottles.
Terna evaluates stake sale in 25 billion euros grid, promises progress. Selling off a piece of your infrastructure to fund debt sounds like a recipe for modern economic alchemy, where assets disappear but liabilities remain.
US equity futures rise on trade optimism, yet inflation remains unchecked. It's the financial equivalent of rearranging deck chairs on a sinking ship, as Wall Street dances to a tune that Main Street can't afford to hear.
Trump administration denies disaster aid for Michigan ice storm, then blames local mismanagement. It's like telling someone to shovel their own driveway while you're holding the snowplow keys and sipping cocoa.
Ukrainian men deny arson plot against PM-linked properties, yet the smoke lingers. When political intrigue meets tabloid drama, it's hard to tell if we're watching a spy thriller or just another episode of British politics, the soap opera.
UN official compares Gaza ruins to Hiroshima, delivers grim report. When a humanitarian crisis resembles a nuclear aftermath, it's clear that peace talks aren't just overdue, they're on the verge of becoming another historical footnote.
Orkney proposes £5 tourist fee, calls it a balancing act. Charging tourists to behold ancient stones while the government leaves councils scrambling for pennies. It's like putting a band-aid on a sinking ship and calling it a cruise.
Only 2% of African migrants survive sea crossing, and the world calls it a tragic statistic. It's the kind of math that makes you wonder if empathy drowns somewhere along the way too.
Emotional support animals infiltrate human-only zones. Chaos ensues. When a boa constrictor gets a seat at the table, it's clear that emotional support has become a circus act with society as the unwitting ringmaster.
When billionaires get clemency.
Only 10% of climate policies consider the vulnerable, and researchers call it inclusive. While the planet burns, policymakers are too busy counting carbon credits to notice that the most at risk are left to fend for themselves, like sewing umbrellas in a hurricane.
Meanwhile, artists are left to scrounge for pennies as the streaming giant drowns them in an algorithmic sea of sameness, like trying to hear a whisper in a hurricane.
Federal workers miss paychecks at the 24-day shutdown, while Congress enjoys full salaries. Funny how the champions of fiscal responsibility never seem to miss their own paydays. Priorities, right?
Fastball's The Way resurfaces on playlists, nostalgia strikes. When a song about running away from it all becomes an anthem for getting stuck in traffic, you know irony's got a wicked sense of humor.
Democratic senators demand Education Department halt school. ICE raids call it a sanctuary breach. Because nothing says safe learning environment quite like turning schools into immigration checkpoints. Who needs math anxiety when you've got deportation dread?
Israel advances West Bank annexation bills, defying U.S. and Netanyahu's Likud party.
Australia braces for thunderstorm asthma in Victoria's north, while wild weather lashes East Coast. Who knew Mother Nature had a flair for dramatic irony? Just when you thought pollen was your worst enemy, here comes the asthma apocalypse with a side of lightning.
UK and France demand long-range arms for Ukraine. Humanitarian disaster looms. When Europe's old powers play arms dealers under the guise of humanitarian concern, the line between help and hypocrisy blurs like a bad watercolor.
Trump sends U.S. carrier strike group to Caribbean, claiming it's a routine exercise. Because nothing says routine like flexing military muscles in a region known for its pristine beaches and pirate legends. Maybe he's hoping to find some buried treasure or a new golf course.
Only 20% of family dinners end peacefully, and your mom's refusal to follow your rule is the main event. When the generational gap doubles as a dinner table, each meal is just another episode of Whose House, Whose Rules, Bon Appetit.
Trump threatens Canada with 10% import tax over anti-tariffs ad. When you use a tariff to silence a neighbor's ad, Diplomacy becomes a game of Monopoly where the rules are made up on the fly.
Only 2% GDP growth projected for 2025, and the government calls it a victory. In the grand game of economic limbo, how low can you grow before it's just lying on the floor? At this rate, we might as well redefine growth as not entirely collapsing.
Intel cuts 35,500 jobs, calls it a drastic recovery journey. When layoffs are the new corporate yoga, employees find themselves in the downward dog of job security. Namaste, you're fired.
Blue Jays crush Dodgers 11-4 in World Series opener. When Canada's team makes Hollywood's finest look like extras, it's a reminder that sometimes the underdog doesn't just win, they rewrite the script altogether.
Maduro calls for peace in English, then the US Navy moves assets into the region. When your call for peace is a language lesson, not an actual plan, maybe it's time to rethink the syllabus. Peace isn't a dialect, it's an action, preferably without a naval backdrop.
Moody's cuts France's credit outlook, calls it a gentle reminder. When your credit rating gets demoted, it's less a warning and more like finding out your fiscal diet isn't working. Maybe France should swap baguettes for budget cuts. But where's the flavour in that?
Kamala Harris hints at another presidential run because once wasn't enough. In the grand theater of politics, sequels are rarely better than the original, but who doesn't love a rerun of Will She, Won't She?
NIH finds skipping breakfast raises ADHD risk by 2.74 times. Turns out the most important meal isn't just about bacon and eggs. It's about keeping your brain from playing a dangerous game of hide and seek with sanity.
When your plan involves rewriting the rulebook, maybe it's time to check if you're still playing the same game. But hey, if facts were hurdles, Bannon would just run the marathon backward.
Trump's Asia trip promises economic upheaval, investors brace for impact. When two titans meet, the earth shakes, especially if one's holding a sledgehammer and the other a chessboard. Markets might just play the role of collateral damage.
Microsoft threatens to unleash Copilot onto on-prem Exchange. Because nothing screams innovation like forcing your outdated system to babysit an AI, all while you pray it doesn't turn your calendar into a Kafka-esque nightmare.
Researchers discover animal communities 6 miles deep because even the abyss has better neighbors than your apartment complex. Turns out, life finds a way to thrive where the sun doesn't shine, unlike that plant you forgot to water last month.
Trump slapped 10% tariff on Canada, citing a ghost of Reagan past.
The real masterpiece here isn't the jewels, but the audacity, as if stealing from the world's most famous museum was just another Tuesday.
Only 0% of Dylan Earl's fans expected Outlaw Country, and the critics call it a retro rebellion. In a world where country music's gone pop and pop's gone country, Dylan Earl decides to time travel to when outlaws wore cowboy hats, not corporate ties, yeehaw or yawn.
Lad Simru wins Caerphilly by-election, claiming victory over Reform and Labour as if it's a dragon-slaying feat. In a plot twist worthy of a soap opera, The underdog party roars back, leaving bigger rivals to lick their wounds in the political kennel.
US regulation boosts stablecoin use by 70%, but financial stability remains a mirage. As stablecoins gain traction, the irony of digital dollars needing regulation to feel real is lost on no one but the regulators.
Researchers find fever-causing bacteria in teeth of Malian soldiers blamed for 1812 retreats. Turns out, the true enemy wasn't just the Russian winter, but microscopic invaders, proving once again that history's biggest battles are often fought from the smallest fronts.
Trump bulldozes presidential trees for ballroom, replacing history with a dance floor under the stars. In a move that screams who needs nature when you have chandeliers, the White House now has fewer roots and more room for a conga line.
Pakistan bans hardline Islamist party, then wonders why extremism still simmers. Blocking a party is easier than addressing the deep-rooted issues that fuel its ideology, but hey, at least they tried something.
Guillermo del Toro resurrects Frankenstein, bypassing Hollywood's fear of originality.
Trump administration targets ICE for overhaul, aims to accelerate deportations. When government efficiency means faster human removal, it's like fixing a leaky faucet by burning down the house.
US deploys 10,000 troops on warships near Venezuela, but drugs aren't their target.
JPM organ poaches Kevin Bruner from Bank of America, calls it a strategic move.
When progress for some means ruin for others, it's like upgrading to a smart home while your neighbor's roof collapses.
When you're rewriting history, make sure it's in pencil. Erasers are cheaper than accountability.
Memescreamer's China unit resumes chip sales to local distributors, proving sanctions are just speed bumps. When chips fall where they may, and the embargo is more of a suggestion than a blockade, who's really pulling the strings?
Officer skips shooting response for pizza run, claims he was canvassing. When public safety takes a backseat to pepperoni, you know the thin crust of trust is cracking.
NBA commissioner condemns gambling scandal, but profits still roll in. When the house wins more than the players, the game's rigged from the top down.
Sugarcane genome reveals unknown ancestor, challenging millennia of selective breeding and sugar's sweet story. Turns out, our sugar fix has a genealogical twist, proving even our sweetest indulgences come with a tangled family tree.
Starmer vows coalition will remove Russian oil and gas from the market, expecting Putin to feel the squeeze. Taking away Russia's oil and gas is like stealing Dracula's cape. A bold move, but does it really stop the bite?
Chocolate prices haunt Halloween shoppers, but chewy candies take the throne. When your chocolate stash costs more than your costume, it's a trick masquerading as a treat. Timor-Leste joins ASEAN after years of waiting, but regional tensions remain.
Catherine Connolly sweeps Ireland presidential election, leaving rivals in the dust.
UAE initiates a 22 billion dirham solar and battery storage project, calling it a green revolution. When the desert starts harnessing the sun, you know the fossil fuel barons are sweating more than just sand.
Korn and Skrillex release Get Up claim it's an alternative anthem. When metal and dubstep collide, it's like mixing Red Bull with rebellion, energetic, chaotic, and guaranteed to wake the neighbors.
Economy collapses as bubble bursts. Experts scramble for excuses. When the financial bubble pops, spinning the narrative is harder than finding a needle in a haystack, made entirely of broken promises.
When the boss speaks, the heartland listens.
Bruce Springsteen documentary explores Nebraska and isolation, then profits from loneliness. When capitalizing on solitude, even the boss can't escape the irony of turning isolation into a communal viewing experience.
Trump pardons white-collar criminals, ignores systemic damage. The favorite type of criminal is the one wearing a suit, orchestrating billion-dollar schemes, and sipping champagne while the world burns around them.
Only 10% of Tanzanians feel safe during elections, and the government calls it democracy. In Tanzania, election season is less about choice and more about survival. When ballots become battlegrounds, democracy is just a word politicians use to sleep at night.
Only 30% of British men under 30 have full-time jobs, and the government calls it progress. In modern Britain, job markets are like exclusive clubs with bouncers deciding who gets in. Turns out the velvet rope's not just a metaphor, it's a career barrier.
Stephen Colbert mocks Trump with Epstein reference, then claims it's just comedy. When late-night TV becomes a sharper blade than the guillotine, satire slices through the veneer of political demolition.
YouTube launches analog shift register she bites slow in 100 languages, calls it universal connection. Apparently a deep house track with trip-hop vibes is the new Esperanto. Forget world peace, we've got dance beats to bridge cultural divides.
New Autism Review ties GABA imbalance to brain overstimulation. When your brain's traffic lights are permanently stuck on green, it's no wonder the journey gets chaotic. Maybe it's time to rethink the circuitry.
Statistics Canada delays trade report, blames the US shutdown for the holdup. So, the US government takes a nap, and Canada hits the snooze button. Who knew Uncle Sam's chaos could freeze maple syrup in its tracks?
Lily Allen reportedly names David Harbour's alleged affair partner, sparking comparisons to Beyoncé's infamous diss track. When pop stars play detective, the lyrics become juicier than the tabloids, and ex-husbands get caught in the crossfire of catchy revenge anthem.
Only 30% of song seekers find answers, and Signal Cookie 4803 calls it a mystery.
Turns out your premiums, bud, might be more placebo than powerhouse. Just another way to keep you chasing a high that only exists on paper.
When your idea of diplomacy is floating a mammoth warship near someone's backyard, it's no wonder the Caribbean's feeling the heat. Who knew peace had such a heavy artillery?
Microsoft debuts blob-like Nico AI, claims it's human-centered while raising parasocial relationship risks, because nothing screams human-centered like a digital blob poised to become more emotionally available than your average middle manager.
Corporations bake profit into holiday cookies, branding them nostalgia. When your festive treat comes with a side of corporate greed, it's less about the sugar and spice and more about the calculated price. Who knew cookies could crumble so cynically?
Stephen Miller praised Trump, then denied responsibility for chaos. When sycophancy becomes an art form, expect the artist to dodge accountability while basking in the glow of their master's chaos.
Only 20% of voters support Mamdani, and opponents claim it's democracy. When the ballot box becomes a breeding ground for bigotry, it's clear that some folks prefer their politics with a side of prejudice. The real campaign slogan, divide and conquer.
Apple ships US-made AI servers from Texas, still charges premium prices for homegrown tech. Because nothing says made in America like a $600 billion investment that still can't make Siri understand your accent.
Federal shutdown stalls services, then politicians blame each other. When the government grinds to a halt, public inconvenience becomes a pawn in the blame game, with citizens left holding the empty bag of accountability.
Only 20% of federal workers receive pay.
Jets start Justin Fields at QB against Bengals after Tyrod Taylor's injury raising hopes and eyebrows. When your backup plan becomes the plan, it's like trusting a parachute made of optimism and press releases against gravity's pull.
A bottle-shaped gimmick that boosts fast, but not brains. You can find better sound in a thrift store for a fraction of the price.
Federal investigation charges 12 alleged mobsters, calls it a crackdown on poker. Apparently, the House always wins unless it's rigged by the wise guys. Guess crime doesn't pay unless it's in chips and cards.
Goyle's message, slow and steady wins the race, or at least avoids a trade hangover. Diplomacy is a marathon, not a sprint.
Rivian pays $250 million to settle lawsuit over R1 price hike. A costly slap on the wrist for hiking prices mid-promise. Rivian's lesson in consumer trust comes with a hefty price tag.
Donald Trump terminates Canada trade negotiations, claiming it's time for America first, but at what cost? When diplomacy is a game of Monopoly, expect hotels on Boardwalk and a friendship card revoked from the North.
Russia suffers attack on key power substation, and the lights flicker on their military ambitions. When the power flickers, so does the illusion of invincibility. Maybe it's time to invest in some candles, comrades.
White House security breaches again despite increased measures. A fortress built on sand, our nation's capital shows its cracks as security promises fall like confetti in a storm.
US sends aircraft carrier to Latin America, calling it a security mission, but it looks more like a floating threat. When your diplomacy is as subtle as a sledgehammer, expect the neighbors to start locking their doors.
Amazon sells bike light set for $113, claims it illuminates your path to safety.
Pixels to wrinkles, these pioneers of virtual worlds now grapple with reality's loading screen as life levels up with no reset button.
AI dataset for detecting nudity includes child sexual abuse images, then claims it's a defense against exploitation. Because nothing says protecting the innocent quite like exposing them to more harm in the name of tech advancement. Irony, meet tragedy.
Ireland prepares to elect far-left president, and Conservatives call it the apocalypse. When equality and social justice are your worst nightmares, it might be time to reassess the dream.
Trump jets to Asia promising trade deals, then packs tensions with Xi into his carry-on. When your diplomatic strategy involves juggling trade agreements and geopolitical conflicts, don't be surprised if you drop both. Welcome to the circus, folks.
Television claims racial diversity while maintaining status quo. It's like adding a splash of color to a black and white movie. The plot remains unchanged, and the same old stereotypes keep rolling the credits.
BBC launches 7 short dramas on iPlayer, claims it's the future of storytelling. If brevity is the soul of wit, then the BBC is banking on short attention spans to be the new goldmine.
Only 12% of countries agree on AI regulations, and they call it a global initiative. Apparently, we're betting on the goodwill of rogue AIs to self-regulate, because if nuclear treaties taught us anything, it's that everyone loves playing nice with world-ending tech.
Met police hunt sex offender after release error, confidence high. It's comforting to know that the system's high level of confidence is the only thing standing between us and another bureaucratic disaster.
Getty charges $1,000 for a single image and calls it art appreciation. Because nothing says, I value culture, quite like slapping a price tag on captured moments of nature and human whimsy.
Anthony Hopkins admits alcoholism nearly led to disaster, recounts moment of clarity. When your life becomes a suspense thriller and you're the villain, it's time to rewrite the script.
Trump grants clemency to crypto CEO, then praises his innovative spirit. Apparently, in 2025, laundering billions in Bitcoin earns you a get out of jail free card and a pat on the back from the highest office.
U.S. sanctions Colombia's President Petro, then escalates Trump feud. Nothing says diplomatic finesse like a sanctions slap fight, with a country that exports more coffee than conflict these days.
Federica Brignone claims Skier of the Year award, leaving rivals in her powder.
U.S. Treasury stalls October inflation report.
calls it a strategic pause. When transparency takes a holiday, investors get a masterclass in the art of financial gaslighting. Who needs clarity when you have chaos?
Got a $7 for professional scenes. Ours at the roof highs.
California voters rally behind Proposition 50, fueled by anti-Trump sentiment. When democracy gets a side of spice, even a state ballot measure becomes a referendum on the Chaos King. Who knew civic duty could be so punk rock?
Reform UK implodes in Kent, calls it strategic reorganisation. When your political strategy looks like a Monty Python skit, it's time to question if the only reform is in the party's name.
Global warming reshapes extreme precipitation events across Northern Hemisphere, denying climate stability.
Indonesian police arrest 34 men for gay sex, then parade them as criminals. When love becomes a public spectacle of shame, humanity takes a back seat to bigotry. The real crime here is the parade of intolerance.
US shutdown stretches into second longest, lawmakers call it democracy. When your government's out of order, longer than your favorite TV series, it's time to wonder if the only thing getting funded is the blame game.
Tukta government acknowledges slow progress as Plaid Cymru snatches Car Philly victory, calling it a typical by-election hurdle. When even the spin doctors admit disappointment, you know the political treadmill is set to drag your feet mode. Plaid Cymru's win seems more like Westminster's wake-up call.
Cover band performs 25 or 6 to 4 by Chicago, no original thought. When imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, it's also the cheapest form of entertainment, like a musical knockoff without the thrill.
Trump co-signs Thailand-Cambodia ceasefire, then jets off for trade talks. When Trump's pen hits paper and peace follows, it's like finding a unicorn in a White House briefing rare, mythical, and probably not sticking around.
Sam Altman dismisses job extinction, claiming the race roles weren't real work anyway. The sweet serenade of Silicon Valley. If your livelihood vanishes, it was just a mirage. Next up, Altman redefines real air and real food.
India nears U.S. trade deal while minister insists on no rush. When you're close to a finish line but refuse to sprint, it's like watching a turtle negotiate a marathon, all promise and no pace.
Marcus Roy releases Glory to the Highest, praises divine while trending under Trump fan.
In the age of autotune and algorithmic hits, a Reddit debut feels like a mixtape tossed from Olympus, homegrown, hopeful, and just a touch divine.
When literary analysis turns into a Host the Daddy episode, you know academia is scraping the bottom of the intellectual barrel.
Newsom dismisses Trump's National Guard idea, claims San Francisco is fine, then reality TV-style chaos ensues. When a governor's reassurance sounds like a sitcom script, you know the politics are less West Wing, more Veep.
Bacteria deploy tier-based systems to detect phage attacks, launching microscopic countermeasures, yet still can't solve their own traffic jams. Nature's smallest warriors are now armed with tech better than your Wi-Fi, proving evolution is the original hacker.
Research shows climate disasters in early 2025 are the costliest ever, yet fossil fuel profits remain untarnished. It's a twisted tale where Mother Nature sends the bill, but it's the oil barons who keep cashing in, because nothing says progress like profiting from planetary ruin.
Utah government dodges grooming gang scandal for 15 years then feigns surprise. It's a classic case of see, no evil politics where outrage is a performance art and accountability is just a word they can't seem to pronounce.
EA collaborates with Stable Diffusion to craft AI-driven games, promising creativity but risking a glitchy apocalypse. In the quest for virtual immortality, EA might just teach AI how to crash both your game and your existential hopes.
Judge declares Chicago man's immigration detention illegal as daughter fights cancer. Justice arrives late, but for those in power there's always time to tear families apart while pretending to uphold the law.
Trump imposes tariffs on denim exports, crippling one of the world's poorest countries and their textile industry. Looks like Trump's fashion statement is poverty chic, leaving a nation threadbare while he struts in his economic emperor's new clothes.
White House demolishes its historic theater, dubbing it Progress, while nostalgia and popcorn kernels scatter to the wind. In the age of streaming, who needs a theater? Just another relic sacrificed on the altar of modernity, right next to our attention spans.
Dreams are born in the Bronx, but they often suffocate under the weight of indifferent budgets and forgotten promises.
Scientists claim cutting sugar improves sleep quickly, but ignore cravings. Sweet dreams are made of these, fewer midnight snacks and more early morning regrets when you realize cupcakes aren't on the breakfast menu.
Melania Trump faces lawsuit over alleged billion-dollar hush money threat, but the real scandal is the price tag. When silence costs $1 billion, it's less about keeping secrets and more about building a fortress of gilded whispers.
British military chiefs propose sharing nuclear weapons with Germany, then claim it's a peacekeeping strategy. Because nothing says, we trust you, like handing over the keys to the Armageddon mobile, hoping it doesn't crash into a diplomatic wall.
Pastor witnesses, ICE detained peaceful protesters, then claims justice served. When compassion meets cold bureaucracy, the scales of justice tip with the grace of a wrecking ball, leaving humanity to clean up the rubble. Because when the walls come down, we all know the real enemy was the architecture, not the autocracy.
UN publishes report showing global deforestation declined, then celebrates with paper confetti. When the forests are saved by a slideshow, you know the trees are breathing a sigh of relief if they're still standing.
Trump lands in Asia promising trade talks, yet tension with Xi is the real headline. In a region where subtleties are currency, Trump's diplomacy is like a bull in a china shop, loud, disruptive, and likely to break something valuable.
Remus Novak releases traditional Romanian track, then claims cultural revival. When old melodies meet modern ears, the rhythm of nostalgia dances with the tune of forgotten times, leaving listeners in a wistful trance.
Only 10% of football fans witness KC Concepcion's 79-yard punt return, and the rest are stuck watching cat videos. When a player moves like lightning, but the internet's attention span is a goldfish's, you know humanity's priorities are upside down.
Scientists demand cancer warnings on bacon and ham in UK, but breakfast lovers cry foul. The only thing sizzling more than bacon is the debate over whether your morning fry-up should come with a side of existential dread.
Labour's Environment Minister retains final say on controversial projects, despite promising independent oversight. When your nature laws are as protective as a wet paper bag, you might as well call it the Development First, Green Later Act.
Health expert blames Obamacare for premium hikes, then ignores systemic greed. When profit margins widen like waistbands at Thanksgiving, it's easy to blame the stuffing rather than the endless appetite for more.
Only 20% of global energy is renewable, and solar companies call it progress. When your new heights are still below sea level, it's more like a sunburn than a solar revolution.
Letitia James pleads not guilty in mortgage fraud case while accusing Trump of weaponizing justice. In a plot twist even Hollywood would envy, the prosecutor becomes the prosecuted, proving justice is blind, and occasionally it's got a wicked sense of irony.
Maduro accuses of fabricating war, then ignores his own economic collapse. When the ship's bigger than your economy, it's easier to point fingers than to balance a budget or feed your people.
Trump's borough renovations, bulldoze jumpers, and new garden hard case when you're gutting history for a deal to dance for, irony's the only thing flowering in that garden. Reliance Industries buys millions of barrels from Middle East, calls it strategic after Russian sanctions. When one door closes, Reliance opens another with a tanker full of crude and a wink to geopolitical chaos.
African migrants revive ancient Spanish trade, then face local resentment. When preserving heritage means a new face at the market, you'd think gratitude would be the currency, not xenophobia.
Mitski spins emotional cycles with washing machine heart, leaving listeners dizzy and disoriented. Her lyrics tumble like socks in a dryer, but in this laundromat of love, the rinse cycle never quite washes away the heartbreak stains.
Glacius Inspire XC1 launches at $104, solves nothing about wobbly LAC connection. Great sound until the connection hiccups like a DJ with a skipping record, proving price cuts can't fix everything.
The Louvre heist nets thieves priceless art, then they complain about the lack of dental benefits. Stealing masterpieces is easy. Finding a good dentist who accepts stolen Da Vincis as payment, not so much.
Russia allegedly converts Estonia ferry wreck into NATO spy site, then denies everything. When a sunken ship becomes a Cold War relic, you know the espionage game is more twisted than a spy novel.
Marlis Peterson sings in her 10th Lulu production, then wonders if a tonal opera is the real scream. Performing in Berg's chaotic soundscape is like being trapped in a never-ending existential crisis, but with better acoustics.
President Alassane Ouattara insists on a fourth term despite Ivory Coast's two-term limit. In a plot twist worthy of a soap opera, Ouattara claims constitutional changes grant him immunity from counting.
Redditors post Pasadena's riding on a train. Remember when Pop Soul didn't need AI-generated nostalgia? Back when the only thing riding on a train was a catchy tune, not your data being mined at every stop.
Trump seeks China's help to end Russia war, a geopolitical sitcom waiting to happen. When the villain of your last season becomes your new best friend, you know you're in a political dramedy. Maybe the real peace talks are the frenemies we made along the way.
Trump declares himself president of peace, plans regime change in Venezuela because irony is his favorite foreign policy tool. When your peace plan involves toppling governments, it's like calling a bulldozer a gardener. Spoiler, the flowers don't bloom.
Viruses play deadly hide and seek, then vanish like ex-lovers at a reunion. It's all fun and games until a microscopic gatecrasher turns your immune system into a clueless detective chasing shadows while the virus laughs in the dark.
Only 10% of homebuyers say bus stop proximity is a deal breaker, and real estate agents call it a unique feature.
Chile's emphasis Copec sells 20 million unidades de fomento in bonds, calls it a milestone for the local market.
Miami police unveil self-driving drone car and then call it the future of law enforcement. Because nothing says protect and serve like a dystopian surveillance vehicle that's one firmware update away from joining Skynet.
It's all fun and games until your hired firebugs are caught with a direct line to Mother Russia.
Russian Museum honors North Korean soldiers in Ukraine, showcases bloody letters and battlefield art. In a twisted homage, Russia paints its war narrative with North Korean brushstrokes, turning blood-soaked letters into high art while the world rolls its eyes at the surreal absurdity.
Only 10% of pop songs avoid the IVVIV chord progression, and music executives call it innovation. The ever-familiar IVV strikes again, turning originality into a ghost town where every chorus sings the same old tune. Music industry, meet your creative cul-de-sac.
Reddit user posts Belly's Geppetto video, gets nostalgia trip. Remember when alternative rock was about raw emotion and not just algorithm-friendly filler? Belly's Geppetto is a time capsule from when guitars cried and lyrics cut deep.
Only 40% of Americans agree with the East Wing metaphor, and the White House calls it unity. The East Wing, where unchecked ambition meets crumbling facades, much like the nation itself. It's a house divided, with decor as outdated as its promises.
It's like dangling hope above a crowd and watching the powerful decide if love is legal. The gavel isn't a magic wand, folks.
Maduro accuses Trump of war fabrication, while the US deploys its largest warship to Latin America. Looks like Trump's got a new toy, and it's not just his ego that's inflated. When your foreign policy is an action movie script, expect plot twists.
Only 20% of New Yorkers finish what they start, and the city calls it progress. From sourdough dreams to tiny house schemes, the Big Apple's got more half-baked ideas than a hipster's Pinterest board.
Marjorie Taylor Greene slams Trump with verbal grenades, calls it patriotism. When your political strategy involves airing dirty laundry, at least make sure it's not your own skid-marked sheets. It's a messy game of Twister.
When tech promises the moon, it often delivers a PowerPoint presentation with a side of jargon soup.
Scientists develop lead-like therapy, then ignore that big pharma will dim the enthusiasm. In the world of medicine, if it doesn't come with a hefty price tag, the industry might just forget to turn it on.
Calls it economic strategy. If your plan to save an economy involves maybe you're playing Apple instead of managing a nation. Pasco, collect no cents.
Reagan ad infuriates President Trump set to air during World Series.
When the narrative's as clear as mud, it's a sign someone's stirring the pot with a partisan spoon, leaving us to sift through the sludge.
Trump co-signs Thailand-Cambodia ceasefire agreement at ASEAN summit, claims historic success. When a ceasefire is brokered by a man who loves chaos, it's like letting a fox guard the henhouse. Everyone's just waiting for the feathers to fly.